you know what? Let's just jump right on into it. We have tape that we can roll. You guys can see it later, especially if you decide to stay for the afternoon session. But we're going to go ahead and get started. I want to introduce our host for the day. She is head of AI strategy at U of Digital. She is a voice in advertising and media, and she's been our host for 3 years running. And she is a true friend to Black public media. Please welcome to the stage, Tamika Key.
Take a breath. That was some amazing tap dancing, Leslie. Hello, everyone. Thank you. I am Tamika Key. In my day job, I head up AI at a company called U of Digital. We teach people in the advertising industry how to use AI. And so that means I am around storytelling, but the impact of the stories is often measured in clicks and sales and not things that move the heart, like these stories here. And so it's really a pleasure and an honor to come and be able to do this. Leslie talked about the funding. We all know it's an issue, but I think what's really more important is that these stories are not going to get told elsewhere because they're not safe and they're not comfy. And so, without further ado, let's meet our judges. Thank you for being here with us. First is Mary Almonte. Mary is a media executive specializing in culturally driven content. She currently serves as director of ESPN's Anscape Studios, where she leads the development of content that explores the intersection of sports and culture. Previously, she oversaw video and social content initiatives and has held leadership roles in digital marketing and social media strategy for several cultural-driven organizations such as Rock the Bells, MS Communications, which all of you guys know is Hot 97, right? And Global Citizen. Thank you, Mary. Chloe Gbai. Chloe Gbai is an Emmy-nominated creative executive currently working on the documentary film team at Netflix. Since joining the team in 2021, she's overseen titles such as the Award-winning short, The Only Girl in the Orchestra, and the Academy Award-nominated features, The Perfect Neighbor and All the Empty Rooms. She's a graduate of NYU's Gallatin School and a proud member of Brown Girls Doc Mafia, a 2020 Impact Partners Producing Fellow, a Doc NYC New Leader, and a member in residence of the Meerkat Media Collective. And last but not least is Yoruba Richin. Yoruba Richin is a Peabody Award-winning documentary filmmaker who actually received the Trailblazer Award from Black Public Media. Her film, The Rebellious Life of Mrs. Rosa Parks, won a Gracie Award and was honored by the Television Academy. Other work includes the Emmy-nominated films American Reckoning, How It Feels to Be Free, The Sit-In, Harry Belafonte hosts The Tonight Show, and Green Book, Guide to Freedom. Yoruba is the founding director of the documentary program at the Craig Newmark Graduate School of Journalism at CUNY. CUNY represent! Thank you three for being here to help us determine who will receive funding of up to $150,000. Your job is not going to be easy, I promise. So today we'll have presentations from 5 pitching teams, and their films are all different. However, you'll notice a couple of threads. First, these are the all-stars. All of these films and creators have received some support from Black public media already. So let's give them a round of applause for that. One other thing that you may notice is that the filmmakers themselves are all woven throughout these stories. Before we get started, there's a couple of rules and guidelines to share. I know Leslie covered some of this, but each team will present a recorded pitch that's 7 minutes long. Following each pitch, the teams will come up on stage and answer questions from our judges, and then we invite you in the audience to ask questions. First, you're encouraged to contribute positive feedback for each producing team, commentary on how these projects might intersect with work you do. As Leslie said, potential funding, potential exhibition opportunities are always appreciated, as well as brief questions, advice, insights, and expert commentary. That's because Pitch Black is about creating an ecosystem where these artists can thrive. So it's not just about giving money. I mean, the money is great, right? But it's about creating opportunities for networking and connection and feedback. And so if you'd like to follow up with any of the filmmakers, we invite you to connect with them during lunch, and you'll also find their contact info in the digital program guide. For feedback, please raise your hand and we'll have one of our amazing production assistants, I'm hoping they're here, one of our amazing production assistants will come up to you with a mic. For our virtual attendees, we want your input too. Please feel free to put your questions and comments in the chat, and Ebony will gather your questions and then we'll share them live here. So those are the rules. And now, if you're ready, it's time for Pitch Black. Let's do it. Okay. We're excited to kick off Pitch Black with this first project, Hiding in Plain Sight by Lucina Fisher and producer Yvonne Welbin.
We're the ones, darlings. The language, the fashion, the music, the culture, it's always us. And it's not just Black. It's Black and queer.
It's our music. It's our art. It's our mannerisms.
At the very apex of that is Little Richard. It just set my hair on fire.
And you really, really see that torch, an open secret.
He was, in fact, the soundtrack of Black Love.
If they were
that brings to life the stories of Black queer performers who have shaped our music and culture and influenced mainstream artists like Elvis, Prince, the Rolling Stones, and Beyonce, all while hiding in plain sight. Our film moves between archival footage and interviews with artists and historians like the ones you just saw. And there will be music, lots of music. Hiding in Plain Sight is an anthology film that reveals perhaps for the first time how Black queer artists like Sister Rosetta Tharpe, Billy Strayhorn, Carl Bean, DeBrat, and Tracy Chapman have been central to nearly every genre of music. And it shows the impact that hiding has had on these artists.
Every move was made to squash who I was. I was already gay. It was already an assumption when I wasn't putting on the performative straightness, which the only time I was doing that was when I was performing.
I've been watching you just to see how far you would go. You're gonna have to prove, make that move and let it show. Hey girl, what's your name? And I thought my life would never be the same.
I'm proud of him. I'm proud of young Billy. I was just trying to fit in. There wasn't a space for me to be the version of myself that I am today. So I did the best I could. Young Billy crawled. I can fly now.
See, I'm still standing better than I ever been. Looking like a true survivor, feeling like a little kid.
Today, Billy can live fully and proudly. He joins a new generation of artists who are no longer hiding. And yet, we are in a critical moment where Black and LGBTQ people and stories are being censored, attacked, and erased. Real lives are on the line. For me, it's personal. I am the sister of gay and queer siblings and the mother of a trans child. Storytelling is my advocacy, and I am building a media arsenal to fight back. My feature debut, Mama Gloria, about a Black trans elder activist, was nominated for a 2022 GLAAD Media Award and broadcast on PBS. My short documentary, The Dads, about fathers of trans kids, won the Daytime Emmy Award in 2024 and is streaming on Netflix. Last month, I premiered the feature version of The Dads at South by Southwest, and now it's time to get Hiding in Plain Sight done.
Hello, my name is Yvonne Welbin, and I'm the founder and CEO of Sisters in Cinema, an institution dedicated to supporting Black women, girls, and gender-expansive media makers. When I began my career, a founder of this institution, Mabel Haddock, made a deep investment in me. So when she sent Lucina Fisher my way, I recognized another Black woman to pour into. Lucina became one of our first doc fellows, and I became the producer of her first feature, Mama Gloria. Lucina has another feature film, Hiding in Plain Sight, and I am so proud to be on board as one of her producers. I'm also extremely grateful for the support that we've already received from Black Public Media, Firelight, and others. Together, they've contributed to 1/3 of our budget. I'm thrilled that Black Public Media invited us back for additional support, which we'll use to secure key interviews with cultural icons like Queen Latifah, Tracy Chapman, and others as we move from production into post-production. We invite you to invest in Hiding in Plain Sight to help us complete the film, because that is how lasting change is made.
Music fills us with joy, and it brings us together. This film celebrates the contribution of Black queer artists, and it may also save some lives.
A wonderful presentation. Please welcome producer Yvonne Welbin to the stage. Those of you watching virtually, please put your details in the, put your questions in the chat and we'll get to you. And just a note, Lucina unfortunately cannot be here. Lucina is a visiting professor and today was the final for her film production students. So she regretfully is missing this, but she sends everyone her best wishes. So jury, what do you think? Let's start with Chloe. Let's check.
Hello. Oh, there we go. It's okay. Thanks to the tech people for giving me a few extra seconds to think. Congratulations,
Thank you.
Lucina. She mentioned it in the pitch, but Netflix was so happy to work with her on The Dads, and I think what's really extraordinary is that she really is building a media arsenal. It feels like she's super dedicated to this work, and it's important when you're telling stories of people who are underrepresented that there's a core connection, and I love that, and I also love that in the team that y'all have built. I'm curious if you can talk a little bit, because I am coming from a distribution kind of mindset, if you can talk a little bit about your distribution plans, both within public media but also outside of it, because this feels like a really commercially driven film that could find a really wide, broad audience.
Thank you for that question, Chloe. We are really excited to have our film be distributed via public media. We want this film to reach everyone, and public media does that. But thinking about outside of the public media world, we are thinking about a number of interactive strategies that bring the film to audiences in a wide range of communities. Everything from having screening kits, so that when you're watching it on public television, you'll have a toolkit of how to discuss the film, talk about the film, and even some resources. Lucina ended by saying that this film may save some lives. And one of the things that we found is that with LGBT kids, they have a much higher rate of considering suicide. So 25% of that population has considered suicide, whereas 6% of hetero kids. So the numbers are really drastically different. In addition, we're thinking about things. We're talking with a musical artist whose name is, it's not public yet, but they want to do concerts. They want to bring people together. They want to have collaborations. Everybody remembers that moment when Tracy Chapman was on stage with Luke Combs at the Grammys. It was very powerful. So we're thinking about things like that. So there's a lot in the works outside of the public television screening to bring audiences together to have a community experience.
Mary or Yoruba?
I'll jump in. First of all, mirroring Chloe's sentiments. Congratulations. This is an amazing story.
Thank you.
It feels like there's no better person to tell it than Lucina being at the helm of it for obvious reasons.
Yes.
I also want to say, wow, Billy Porter. I mean, I don't want to steal your thunder, but we were all like, oh my God, I had no idea that he had that history.
Yes.
Right, as a straight R&B singer, so that was amazing to see and very eye-opening. I mean, my question is actually in regard to him, like how tied into the production is he? Like, is he like signed on to like promote, or are there like obligations for him? Because I think that would be huge.
Well, I love that idea, and we're going to run with that.
Let's go.
Thank you.
I think everyone would be.
Thank you so much. That's a great
running
idea.
To see it.
Yes, that's a great idea. Thank you.
Hi.
Hi.
Hi, great to see you. I've been following this project, I think when it was maybe even first at PitchBLACK a
Yes.
few years ago. So it's amazing to see this great work. My question is about structure. And in reading the treatment, it was mentioned, Lucina mentioned that you're thinking or maybe have secured also following a current day queer artist.
Absolutely.
And so I'm curious where you are with that. And within that, I think one of the, it's so big, it's so historical and current, which is what's amazing about it. But how will it not feel surface in terms of just going from person to person? Because these stories are so incredible. So if you could talk about that structurally, what you guys are thinking.
Okay, I'm glad you all loved the Billy Porter story. So Lucina is a journalist. She actually was just inducted into the North Carolina Journalism Hall of Fame last week, which is amazing. Her skills with interviewing, and you all know how that is, are just extraordinary. And she's been able to, Billy said he never really shared that story.
Wow.
So we have a similar story with Allison Russell. So there are other stories that we're bringing through. So we're not just seeing the music, hearing the music, experiencing that. We're really experiencing kind of the heart in what has happened with these performers. And that's giving audiences an experience, I think, that we haven't had before. Okay, I forgot the second part of the question. I'm so nervous.
The current day, if there's someone
so
currently.
I can't announce who the current day person is yet. Okay, so it hasn't been solidified, but we do have a current day person that we will be following, and you'll see a little bit of kind of how they're being developed, and also performance within the film.
Wonderful.
So it'll be really lovely to, we really want to reach a younger audience. We're really excited that PBS has a digital component to the distribution. And we kind of imagine, there being some like verticals that we'll be doing also to bring in that audience. But yes, having a younger person is really key. So thank you for that question.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I have another question. It's funny, the Billy Porter, I love that segment so much. Mary, I'm glad you brought it up. And it's also really sad.
Yes.
Right? Because you can see in the performances, you're like, you can just feel it. You can feel the living in untruth. You can just feel that. And it's funny because one of the things, so that people know, we got kind of an earlier access at some of the project materials. And so when I was looking at this project in particular, it sent me down like a Google rabbit hole, because I was like, Whitney? I didn't know that story. I didn't know that history. Yeah. I think Luther is a little bit more of an open secret in the community, but I was surprised by some of the artists that were mentioned, and so I was curious, kind of how y'all are thinking about that. It's so important to see. I think it's so important to give artists an opportunity to be their true selves fully, even if they didn't have that in life. But that's also complex, in that if they never were able to fully come out publicly, it's just a big responsibility. So I'm curious how y'all are thinking about that in terms of shedding light on that.
Well, the Billy Porter story was a great example of how we're doing that. We're giving them an opportunity to tell their own story. It's pretty much like the way you've seen it. We pulled that out in particular to share with you so you could get a sense of the impact it has on the artist to be able to share, but also how it feels for us as audiences. And again, going back to this younger population, we want them to see that they don't have to keep hiding. Yeah. And that they're part of a legacy, a history. Yeah, and they can grow up, they can come out, they can fly, like Billy Porter says at the end. So,
Audience, it's time for some questions from you. Yes, sure.
Yeah,
Yeah, go ahead.
mine should be quick.
Okay, quick one. Okay.
Sorry for the quick follow-up. This is actually a technical kind of question.
Okay.
Just that sizzle alone had so much education in it, right?
Mhm.
And I'm imagining that there will be a heavy reliance on archival footage.
Absolutely.
So I'm wondering, like, what percentage do you think this, film would rely on archival? And I'm also really asking this so any funders/investors here will listen, because I'm sure y'all are gonna need money for that.
That's a great question, because so let's say about a third right now is archival. Our budget's about $1 million. 1/3 of that budget is going to archival. So thank you for that, Mary, because we need everyone to know how much money we need to raise, because you want to see the archival, right? It's very, very powerful. So thank you for that question.
That was actually part of my question. But tell us what this 150 could do for you right now.
That's a great question. So, and you're going to hear this answer from everybody, but we need to shoot some key interviews. So somebody like Tracy Chapman, someone like Queen Latifah, to kind of, anchor the piece. We need to edit it. We actually need a rough cut. So we're talking to some co-producers, international partners, actually from some of your past, some of those same people. We're following your footsteps. And they need to see the rough cut. So it would allow us to have some key interviews done, add it into a rough cut, and possibly secure some international funding or co-production funding. Really key. Thank you for that question.
Audience, if you have questions, please raise your hand, and our awesome production assistants will head up there. We got a question over there on that side. I have a question for you.
Sure.
Yvonne, you've spent a lot of your career telling the stories of Black queer elders, like you showed us with, supporting Lucina. Why was this particular film the one you needed to say yes to?
So just like how I was in my piece here saying that I was mentored by Mabel Haddock, and Mabel sent Lucina to me, and the fact that you wouldn't know that if I didn't just tell you that, this is really important for us to know our history. We've seen a lot of one-offs, but we don't have a comprehensive history of the Black queer presence in music. And y'all know I'm a history person, so I couldn't not be part of this project. And also speaking to, Lucina's kind of arsenal, this is really important work that she is doing. And she's the only one doing it this way, coming from, it's so dear to her, from her family, her children. So I just had to be involved. And she's amazing.
Hi, this is more of a statement than a question.
Okay.
But next year will be the 50th anniversary of the birth of house culture.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And I've been trying to push people through my writings to celebrate next year with not only house culture, but the entire scope of Black queer music.
Mm-hmm.
And your film would be it would be a perfect time to bring that film to the audience, because as someone who I'm in my 70s and I am a Black gay man, and I remember a lot of those artists, Little Richard, all of them, and younger Black queer people just don't know that, and we need to celebrate the scope of our music next year, just as a big anniversary. In 2027, for not only the birth of house music, 50th anniversary, but the entire scope of Black queer music. And I'm so happy to see this film, and we will do all we can to help out.
Thank you so much for that. Thank you. And thank you for letting the funders know that there's a deadline in 2027, and we need to get this film done for that 50th anniversary. I appreciate that. Thank you so much.
Did we have any other audience questions? Or Ebony, any questions from online yet? Oh, perfect.
And then Monica.
I'm super excited for this, and thank you for putting attention on this subject. I've had conversations with family and friends about Luther and Whitney, for years before anything was revealed. And I'm just wondering what the process has been to get clearance, or has there been pushback on some of the things that you're revealing? Because there's still people in the community that think that this is all hearsay. Even, the Patti LaBelle moment, where we now know that Luther was queer, but most of us knew anyway. But have you had pushback in that respect?
So far, we haven't had any pushback, but we're early in that process, the clearances and things of that nature. We're really fortunate that one of our funders is Firelight Media, and Stanley Nelson has made so many movies about music, and I don't know if Monica wants to say something, but we feel like we're in good hands, and that we're going to be able to journey through that process. So thank you for that question.
Thank you so much, Yvonne. One more round of applause for Hiding in Plain Sight.
Oh, wait, we didn't get Monica. Oh, okay. Oh.
We got started off.
Okay.
We got started off a little late, but we will keep this train
okay.
rolling.
All right.
So
Thank you.
sorry, Yvonne. Our next pitch is about maternal health and climate change. Let's have a look at Infertile Ground.
I want more babies in the United States of America.
I'll be known as the fertilization president.
Go make babies. Today, everyone wants more babies. But whose babies are they talking about? Because for the last 5 years, Black fertility rates have dropped, and one of the biggest things impacting our fertility is the environment. Though good luck getting any of those same politicians to say the word climate crisis, or that it's connected to fertility at all.
Well, first of all, I'm not a believer in global warming.
And even if there was a climate crisis, I don't know how the way
But the people actually living through the climate crisis, they look a lot more like me. I went through 4 rounds of IVF, fibroids, endometriosis, and 2 preterm births. But not once did anyone connect what was happening in my womb to the environment I grew up in. But the data is clear. Heat disrupts ovulation and pollution causes miscarriages. Water poisons pregnancies. In every hurricane season, pregnant women are forced to evacuate with no help for the baby in their belly. 9 out of 10 places where climate change will hit the hardest are in the South, places where Black folk live, making the South ground zero for climate change. This is Infertile Ground.
When I think about the connections between infertility, Black people, climate change, I think about the lack of focus on the Black womb and how it is impacted by what's going on in its environment.
Cancer Alley, Louisiana, 85 miles of petrochemical plants built on the same land where enslaved people worked sugar plantations.
This land was mostly sharecroppers. African Americans and indigenous people was brought here to work that land. Now the same people are left here on that land, and now we're important to the new industry. So we just went from one role of being captured by stagnation to another.
When we come across the Sunshine Bridge, we see lights, and that's a big city. Some people come, boy, y'all city looks something like when you hit the Sunshine Bridge. That's not our city. That's our destroyer.
I learned that I wasn't ovulating because I was insulin resistant. Those chemicals can cause insulin resistance. We were being told, that this is because of what you're eating and not necessarily what you're breathing in. I didn't carry none of my babies full term. All my babies was born early, and all of my babies were underweight. The women here are different. Our babies are being born different.
In Jackson, Mississippi, flooding caused by climate disasters broke a water system that was already failing.
During my first pregnancy, that's when they said the water is not safe for you to drink. But you have to have a lot of water when you're pregnant because you're always thirsty. The sewers didn't have water, so all the water was gone. It was disgusting. It smelled like feces. But I had to drink it because I had nothing else. I know it's intentional. We're in Mississippi. Slavery not so long ago.
In Miami, Florida, hurricane season is pregnancy season.
We know the storms are worse. We know it's getting hotter. There's more flooding. You can't separate pregnancy from the overall what's happening in the society.
So when I got pregnant with my fourth, our very first conversation was, oh no, my due date's in hurricane season.
Evacuating while pregnant is stressful.
You'll hear more alerts about pets and cats and dogs and things of that nature, but there's rarely any warnings for pregnant people who are vulnerable.
Storm's supposed to come on a Thursday night. Call the hospital. I need to come in because I'm pregnant. My doctor told me I need to come. They say you're going to be in an auditorium alone. I said, can my husband come? They said, no, he can't come. Now I'm terrified. We're evacuating. Finally talked to my doula. Esther graciously told us that she would follow, so I wouldn't be alone. We get on this caravan. We can't stop to sleep anywhere because we're trying to beat the storm. We finally made it up there. I started contracting. Had I been living in a property that was well kept, that I knew was safe for a hurricane, I probably wouldn't have had to leave my house in the first place. I think for sure a white family would have had a different outcome. Am I blaming that white family for being able to have more safety than myself? Absolutely not. But the system that made it that way, yes.
But these women didn't stop at surviving. They went to Tallahassee to fight for Medicaid coverage for doulas.
Anything about race, anything about sex, anything about gender, the climate, these are trigger words. And so in order to get a seat at the table, you have to speak in the language that they can tolerate.
I used climate change, but I'm suggesting that maybe as a state we use atmospheric reemployment.
It shouldn't have to be a fight to be Black, to be a woman, to give birth. What is the fear of more Black babies?
They lost the fight that day, but the battle continues.
The only thing we can really claim as ours is birth. And that's what we're owed. Period.
This is a national crisis in 3 acts. Poison in the air, poison in the water, hurricanes getting worse. This story is urgent. The access is secured. The team is proven. We need $150K to finish this film. These families trusted us with their stories. Help us finish telling them. Thank you for watching.
Thank you for watching.
That's powerful. Please welcome to the stage, Rainiqua Allen Lamfair, and producer. Y'all need mics though. Where's our gentleman with? I know, but should I just grab that one or give you mine? You know what? Let me take that one. Thank you. There you go.
Thank you.
Okay. Welcome to the stage, Rainiqua Allen Lamfair and producer Crystal Whaley. Virtual audience and in person, please get your questions ready. And when you have a question, please say your name first. So, first we'll start with the jury, though. Who'd like to start?
I'll start.
Yep.
Thank you, guys. What a really compelling topic and film. And when I read, the submission, I was like, I have not seen this before. I have not seen this film. It hits at all the things, I think one of the last lines in the trailer, hits at all the things that we're dealing with, the assaults on healthcare, the denial of climate change, gender, African-American experience, so it's really so topical. My question, and I love the graphic treatment, I think that's gonna be really beautiful. My question is about voices of experts, who because I think you're also gonna get, because of the situation that we find ourselves in this country, pushback about, is this really true? Is this really how does this affect just Black women, not all women? So my question is about expert voices who can help us tie the dots, knots? Connect the dots.
Connect it.
Do you plan on having that as a part of the film?
Yeah, so thank you for that. That's a good question. Absolutely. The data is there. There's speculation and that's kind of a favorite phrasing. It's wild speculation. This has been happening since virtually the 60s when they first came about. One of the stories of Cancer Alley, they've been sounding the alarm. This woman was on Oprah in 1990, right? And claims still came that, the data's not there. And, we have the evidence. It's going to be tough. It's going to be challenging. We see all those claims being challenged by the current administration. The current political climate is not favorable, but the data is pretty clear that it connects, the connection between what's happening in the wombs and the environment, whether it's hurricanes, whether it's, heat. And so we have a great number of experts. You saw one of them, Dr. Cheryl Holder, on film. She's a part of an amazing group called Clinicians for Climate Change that, takes the data and makes it accessible. There's a bunch of folks in Louisiana, New Orleans, and just from around the country that also will absolutely speak to that, and we'll be buttoned up. And I'm glad you mentioned animation. Part of the reason why we were so interested in using animation, I'm not a science person necessarily, and I know that visually sometimes people have a hard time with it, so we wanted animation to help bring some of those facts and figures to life a bit, and just add a little lightness to it, or it's a heavy film. You have anything else to add about that, Crystal?
Thank you so much.
I'll go next. First of all, thank you for doing this important work. I think at this point it's common knowledge that the maternal death rate is higher among Black women, but this story is one that I've never heard of, and to have the direct correlation with climate change during a time when people are questioning if climate change is real, which, oh my God, can't believe that's still happening,
Right, it's absurd.
is really important. And so my question is in that vein. Are we intending to use this film as a tool to impact legislation? And if so, is there a campaign kind of behind that, to really get the attention of Washington?
Okay, so that's a great question. I'm a policy nerd, political science major, and I didn't know the connections either. I came about this story. I was pregnant with my second child, and I was like, oh, I read an article about doulas. I'm like, oh, this seems kind of vaguely interesting. Let me look into this more. There's actually a congresswoman in D.C. at the national level. Lauren Underwood, she's a Democrat from Illinois, spoke at the Democratic Convention. Amazing. They have a legislation a little more popular known called the Omnibus. They've tried to pass it a bunch of times, one dealing with the Black maternal health crisis, but why I was really excited is because she also had a bill that specifically spoke to the climate crisis and Black maternal health, which you don't see. You see people either talking about reproductive justice, talking about the environment, but seeing the two connected, you just don't see that, and especially at the national level. So that legislation's amazing. She just reintroduced this. It does not have bipartisan support, probably not a surprise. It's gone nowhere. The Omnibus in total, that addresses Black maternal health, that will just be life-changing for so many people. Also not going anywhere. I don't know. That sounds really sad. At the local level, there are organizations pushing back. change is slow, but part of it is, and part of the work, and part of what's exciting about this film is that people even living in those communities don't know the connections, right? They may know, like particularly like Cancer Alley, you may know the story that, like cancer is causing deaths, but oh, that impacted, that's why I had a preterm birth. That's why I'm having a hysterectomy. Oh, right, that's all my friends are having hysterectomies and they're not 40 yet. So, even making the connection in those communities are important. So both, absolutely. I think Crystal and I have talked about, impact is a huge part of this. Some of it's educating communities, some of it's education Black women and Black men, I should say, who are also important. Heat impacts sperm, fertility impacts everyone. So this is a community story. So that's educating them. So it's a national and a local story. So they're both, there's legislation at the national level and at the local level. If you've been paying attention, I hope you weren't paying attention to your phone, but I just looked, Louisiana just lost, or, they're going to be redistricted. So, there are all sorts of redistricting is going to be up, so they're going to lose Black support in Congress. That means that it's even more essential for us, get out the word about this film, because the rollbacks are happening, and they're happening now.
Yeah. Well, quick follow. I just wanted to say I was, the day I reviewed your pitch, years old when I learned a lot of those facts. And, I was really impressed with, the research you guys did and all of the stats you quoted. So shout out to you.
Thank you.
Chloe, did you have a question?
Yeah, I do. Nice to see you both. I have two questions. I'm trying to pick my favorite. I'm curious, in terms of your characters tell such intimate and beautiful stories. I really just want to applaud you on the casting, because I think it's a great kind of diversity of issue, right? You have folks who are dealing with pollution, folks who are dealing with storms and being climate refugees. You're seeing a wide breadth of the climate crisis, and then also their individual stories are so unique. And so, yeah, I just really want to commend you on that.
Thank
but
you.
I'm curious in terms of the effects that we might see on screen through those characters. Obviously, there's effects on fertility, conception, pregnancy. Will the film be looking into any kind of, or are there any effects, of fetal development, or looking at pediatric care following? How are the babies?
Okay, so you're gonna hear from Crystal, I promise, but I actually just spoke to one of our characters, Sequoia. She was in Jackson, Mississippi. She talks about having to drink the dirty water. So when I first started this film, she's like, oh, I was lucky, nothing happened. And it's one of those moments as a filmmaker, you're like, you don't want anything to happen, you're grateful that her kid is okay. And so, I was like, oh, maybe we need someone, that was impacted. But fine, she was a great story. We went with that. So I just spoke to her a couple days ago, and her son is not speaking properly. He only says a couple words. He's 3 years old. They just went to the doctor again. She, went to the doctor about a year ago and was like, oh, he's only speaking a few words. And the doctor was like, it's fine. Now they think he has a developmental delay. And she's like, I don't know if it's from the water, but I had to drink that. And that is a sign of lead in the water. And so we will be following that story, because that is a very clear, and that's happening in real time. And she, like many folks, she doesn't have a lot of money. She's not sure what's happening, and she's also riddled with guilt about what happened. So we will be following her story, absolutely. And then I'll just say, Tamara, hurricane season's coming. It's 6 weeks. There was a report just in USA Today that this is Miami's 34 years overdue for a hurricane to really hit them and impact them. It's something like 70% chance, 76% chance.
Tampa hasn't been hit that way in about 100 years. So, we are days, weeks away from the next impact, and we really need the funding to go and talk to those people, those communities again, and really just see what's happening. It's going to be worse. It keeps getting worse each and every year. So it is urgent that we are able to tell these stories.
I want to ask my second question, sorry. So on the opposite end of the, and thank you for that answer, on the opposite end of the spectrum and the hopeful end, what is there to be done by individuals? Are there any kind of takeaways, concrete takeaways that people can do to try to combat some of the systemic harms?
Sure. There's a number of ways. A lot of people don't even understand that the environment can impact them. People are just thinking they have fibroids because it's hereditary, endometriosis because it's hereditary. I mean, Reniqua is, a prime example. She can tell you a little bit more about, her journey, but just really connecting the dots and really challenging what the doctors are saying and realizing where you're living and what's happening. So it's about awareness. It's about really letting people know what's going on so they can start to figure out what's happening within their bodies, what's happening with their babies, what's happening with the births. And this project is daunting. Yes, it's challenging, but there's also some joy, right? We're not just harping about what's happening, systemically what's happening, but we're also seeing the love and the caretaking within these communities. We're seeing that people are still hopeful in creating their families and standing up for themselves, and also remembering, the sweet smell of a newborn baby that we all love. That's still there, and that is still possible, but it is urgent that we get this story out, that we connect the dots, that because really the joy is around resistance and still being hopeful to create these families, and also who gets to have a future, right? We all do. And so we are adamant in also describing and kind of shedding light on the joy that also lies within the struggle. We don't want to not also highlight that, as well as what's happening with the day-to-day climate getting worse every day.
Yeah. Audience, do you have any questions? Yeah, we got, is one of our production assistants available to bring the mic over here? Yes, there the mics go.
Thank you.
For our awesome presenters, make sure you grab the mics when you come over. Please, and tell us your name.
Sure. My name is Tamara Tolzo-Laughlin. I'm the CEO and president of the Environmental Grantmakers Association, which is the oldest table for environmental philanthropy. Will be 40 next year, so we have perimenopause, and no, we don't care what you think. I have had the pleasure of hearing about this story at an earlier part of its stage. I'm also aware of the fact that because you're tackling a bunch of things America's not interested in talking about at the same time, there are unique challenges to try to tell a story about women, which America hates, Black people, which America hates, environment, which America hates. So trying to tell that story and do it so beautifully with a political edge and not hiding it is really a struggle. So I want to ask you, one, how come your email's not on the back of this so people can send you money and Venmo you right now? But the other question is, can you talk a little bit about some of the walls that you've hit in trying to fund a story about this many things that matter at once? Because there are old white boy networks when it comes to film. A lot of the stories are about mobilizing and parking lot parties and what it looks like to make placards. But the hard work that's happening, there aren't so many places where you can raise those funds. So just would love to hear a little bit about that, because this is very unique at a time when the 56th anniversary of Earth Day just happened last week, and Black people still don't think it has anything to do with us.
Yeah.
So glad you're here.
Thank you. Thank you. Oh man, it has been like, for this film, you're right, it has checked off every single box, whether it's reproductive justice, the environment, Black folks. It has been a challenge. It's been really hard. And to me, I'm like, and I don't know, I was a little bit postpartum when I was, fundraising for this, and I'm like, what is going on? It feels like this is an urgent story. It's happening now. But I also realize that people don't associate Black folks all the time with the environment. And, this story for me became really personal. I'm not sure even tomorrow if you know, because as we were filming, and shooting with the characters, I was pregnant, and then I was not. I had a baby. She's about to be 2. But in the middle of that, I found out that, so I'm from Inglewood, New Jersey, right across the bridge, that the community that I was raised in had toxins in the water in a park that I grew up next to. I didn't think that this story, it was like a nice story to me. It was a story that needed to be told. I deeply care about Black women and, Black birthing people. I care about the environment, but it didn't feel like my story. But 75% of Black people live next to a community where there's an environmental hazard. This is our story. We don't see that way. funders don't see that way. A lot of white folks and, larger people don't see it that way, but it is. I didn't see it that way. And so I just think it's a really urgent and compelling moment. I needed to connect what was happening with my uterus. I had to go through IVF. I suffered with fibroids, endometriosis, and those, we're just not making the connection. So I think that has been challenging, but I think it's also necessary. It also kind of makes me want to double down, and I believe Crystal too, in getting, the word out, because it's just incredibly important. So we're relentless about it. I think for me, hearing the story about what happened to Sequoia's kid, because that upped the stakes. Wow, it's not just preterm births. It made it even more real. And so I think that, it has to be done now. Hearing that the hurricane season, I was just, in Miami, it said that, the article said today, a lot of people haven't even lived through a hurricane. So if you're a pregnant person there, you don't know what to do. You simply don't know. Whether it's in Cancer Alley where the Biden administration, was making some small change, that's all gone now. Jackson, Mississippi, it is mind-blowing that there's still not water for safe water to drink for pregnant people. It's been years, and I just don't think that it would impact any other community as much. And I realize I didn't answer your question. I think that it really impacts Black communities more than others, and that's what makes it unique, and that's what makes it critical at this moment.
And we're sounding the alarm because it's urgent and it's happening in real time. So we're just relentless. Like Reniko said, we're just going to keep going, and we're going to take every donation, every piece of currency possible to make this film, to finish this film, right?
Yeah, and if you need our emails,
yes,
we will give them to you happily.
Yes,
We do
happily.
we have time for one more question, and we got a person in the green jacket here, or no? Over here. Yes.
Hi, Monica Navarro from Firelight. This is deep and personal. And I guess I want to trouble if it is possible to expand, to not have this binary of black and white, but if it can be expanded a bit about across class and race. Looking at California being on that map but not being part of that picture, but there is a history of sterilization among Latinas in California. 25% of Latinos are Afro-Latino, but I think too often we are forced into this binary. And I'm thinking about in California and on the East Coast, breathing in the chemicals from forest fires and how that affects birthing people. So I just wonder if there's an opportunity, or our familia in Puerto Rico that are dealing with this too in the South. So I just wonder if there's an opportunity to slightly expand, or even if this, out of necessity and the focus of your story, and it's already touching so much, maybe there's a way for there to be shorts that are ancillary to this to highlight with Latino, Native community, Puerto Rican, but I feel like it is also not talked enough in other communities that are also impacted, that are aligned across class and climate impacted, and then also are there's a lack of awareness in our communities.
So that is a good question, and I'm glad you brought it up, because our research, so we're doing extensive research for this. So one of the experts we talked to actually mentioned Puerto Rico. She's also Afro-Latina, and also mentioned a Black community. If we got funding, great, love to go to Puerto Rico and do some more filming there as well. And she kind of connects what is happening. I think I might misspeak a little bit. I think it was a community around the Vieques area that was dealing with a similar issue. So she does connect it, particularly what's happening in New Orleans and the Cancer Alley, to what's happening in Puerto Rico, but also hurricane preparedness. So that's absolutely there. And then a second thing I wanted to say, because when I was initially coming to the story, I had the same question about whether this should be expanded, at least to other communities of color. And I say that because particularly in California, some of the issues I was looking at, it wasn't we have been looking at wildfires, but it wasn't about wildfires. Specifically, it was about a power plant. I didn't realize, in downtown LA, I didn't realize there were power plants. I get New Orleans and in Louisiana, but I didn't know that was a thing right in the middle. And so a lot of the communities impacted were Black communities. The Black community in Los Angeles, and again, I might misspeak a little bit because we haven't done super deep research into this, have won their fight. They got the power plant closed, and so now the issue has moved to the Latino communities and I think, and Asian communities in Los Angeles as well, who are dealing with similar issues. So it's absolutely on our radar, and it's kind of a victory in some ways for the Black community, but across, right across, I want to say the freeway, I'm not sure. The freeway, sorry, I'm like, Northeasterner. They are dealing with those communities. So absolutely, we are thinking about and talking about also bringing in other people and other communities, whether it's in the digital space, because, also, this is a probably, anyway. I will stop there. But we have been thinking about it. We continue to think about it. And the research and data, absolutely, whether it's Black and brown communities a lot of the time.
Well, it sounds like you have maybe pieces for an impact campaign after the film is
Absolutely.
done.
Absolutely.
Thank you
Lives
so
an
much,
impact.
Rainiqua
Thank
and
you.
Crystal.
Thank you all.
Thank you. Thank you.
Our next pitch centers on the brilliance and hidden figures that we might be taking for granted at home. Here is My Mom, the Scientist.
My name is Thomas Allen Harris, and I am director, writer, and producer of My Mom, the Scientist.
I'm Don Perry, and I'm the producer of My Mom, the Scientist.
We all have hidden figures in our communities, sometimes even within our own families. Rudine Lanai, my mom, became a scientist at the dawn of the Civil Rights Movement as the first Black woman chemistry professor at Bronx Community College. She helped thousands of African Americans to gain a foothold in careers as doctors, nurses, and scientists by making chemistry and biomedical research accessible. Generations of my family have created photographs and home movies of our lives and experiences as a form of self-affirmation. And after I left science to become a filmmaker, I built a career by drawing on this amazing archive. There are many photographs of my mom, yet for some reason, none of us ever thought to photograph her doing science. Why were there no images of my mom working as a scientist? So I began this journey to correct this oversight and see how she navigated the white male world of science. Through her story, I examine the challenges and celebrate the successes of a Black woman in STEM, while also contemplating the role of science in our lives and communities.
Ma, do you use regular mayonnaise or do you use vegan mayonnaise?
No, I use low-fat mayonnaise.
Okay. I use vegan mayonnaise, actually.
Okay.
I started using it.
Okay, how come?
A vegetable tuna.
Actually, before I went to Bronx, I went to apply for a job at Staten Island Community College. When they were interviewing me, the guy says, because I had an afro at that time, "You're not going to take any days off to demonstrate, are you?" I came out of left field.
Wow.
I said, "No, I'll just demonstrate when I'm not teaching." But he did give me the job anyway.
This was at the height of what? Right
I
after.
started Bronx 67, so it was 67.
So it was before Martin Luther King was killed.
Right.
Okay, we could start to eat. Karibu chakula.
They were a little annoyed at Staten Island because they had accepted me. And I told them I was going to go to Bronx. It was right here in the Bronx, and it fit in my other plans, babysitting and all of that. I had the house here in the Bronx and all. Once I got to Bronx Community College, I thought I'd stay there a couple of years, but I decided, well, I like this. I like teaching. I like communing with the students and seeing how they grow during class. Many of them didn't have the math background, so they struggled with the math. And I spent a lot of time learning methods to teach them how to learn because they were afraid to death of chemistry. I used to hitchhike every morning to school, and there was a big black car passing me. And so, you know, I put my hand out, of course, and the guy stopped. He said, "Where are you going?" I said, "I'm going into town." So we talked, blah, blah, blah. What do you think? You know, and I had a big mouth. So I got out of the car, walked a couple of blocks to school, get to school, and they said, "The minister's here. We're having an auditorium." And it was the same guy that stopped. He was one of the ministers of education. So I was shocked to see, oh, what did I say? What did I say? Of course, it's a very poor country. They wanted to figure out what to cut a lot of times. They had paid leave for women for 3 months after they gave birth. So he's telling blah, 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 he's talking whatever. Then he says, well, you know, to be patriotic, maybe the women need to come back, not 3 months after, but they need to come back maybe about 2 or 3 weeks afterwards, you know. So all the women look around because they don't even want to hear that. They already have 3 months of paid leave after the baby. So I raised my hand and I got up. I said, "Sir, for the women to come back earlier, it's going to be causing more problems than it's worth. The babies can get sick." And I gave a whole spiel on that. So then he said, "Yeah, you're right."
The film shows my journey rediscovering my mom with her help as I seek to integrate her life as a scientist within our family album. I find former students and colleagues to help me understand the particular challenges that mom faced and how she used science to help advance the newly independent nations of Tanzania in the 1970s and South Africa in the 90s. I come to understand mom's courage to be her authentic self, upending the stereotype of the scientist as a solitary genius in a lab coat. Through her story, we're able to really see scientists as mothers, community activists, and full human beings.
Our film and national impact campaign, Scientists in the Family, was awarded a highly competitive $3.2 million grant from the National Science Foundation. Unfortunately, our grant was terminated last year as part of the anti-DEI push of the new administration. But we were undeterred. We did a crowdfunding campaign, which also led to additional foundation support. So while we don't yet have the money to do our impact campaign, we are only $150,000 short to complete the film by fall 2026. These funds would be used for post-production and enable us to have a festival premiere prior to its PBS broadcast.
My Mom the Scientist is a monument, celebrating mom and her story, and by extension, the stories of hidden figures who've made the world possible for us. It captures our legacy at a time when Black stories are being erased and women's stories are being devalued. With your support, when future generations imagine a scientist, they will also picture someone who looks like Rudine, a mother, an activist, a teacher, a builder of worlds. And ultimately, they will see themselves. Thank you.
Let's welcome filmmaker and producer Thomas Harris and producer Donald Perry to the stage. Who'd like to start?
I'll jump in. I have to say this project touched me on many levels. As someone who was born and raised in Staten Island, your mom made the right decision. And that comment was not surprising to hear. And also as a mom, I think this was such a beautiful love letter to your mom. And she's such a vision of style and grace, so I have to just say shout out to her. But yeah, I mean, honestly, I feel like it's kismet that you guys kind of need exactly the amount of money of the award to finish this project. I feel like one thing that struck me when I watched the sizzle was the upbeatness of the music. I felt like that kept a kind of like, you know, what one would think would be mundane, which it was anything but what one would think would be, it kept it really engaging and upbeat. So I feel like, you know, again, I'm like the technical person because I come from like the network end, but like, you know, in terms of like the music budget, would that be something that you guys would be needing to like invest in to keep the flow going?
Thank you so much, Mary. Yes, is this mic working?
Yeah.
Music is really, really important, and the project is upbeat because it's like my mom's energy. I really wanted to capture, and she's actually here in the audience. Rudine, Ma, and I really wanted to capture her spirit, as part of this, and so. We're working with Vernon Reed, and so a lot of the music you're hearing is actually original music from his library.
Wow.
But he's going to be creating music specifically for the film. And Vernon Reed and I have been talking about Afrofuturism a lot, and thinking about how my mom's story actually marries that. Like what she does in terms of science is breaks out of that mold and allows us to see the multidimensionality of this woman doing science, but also allows us to rethink what we think about science. And it's not dry, and it's so critical. I mean, so many of the projects we're seeing here today illustrate that point.
Yeah, well, I definitely left your pitch feeling just that way, so kudos.
Thank you.
I'll go. Thank you for this beautiful film. Your mom is amazing. And it was so great to find out about her story. And the archive is beautiful. I was really captivated. My question is, because we are in such an assault, again, of everything that this film is about, science, African Americans, women, if you plan to expand out to talk about or to acknowledge what's happening today, I was very curious, like, what are the number of Black women scientists today? Where has that legacy, your mom's legacy, left us now? And especially with the assault, which you guys directly experience on, DEI in science. If you could talk about that.
Yeah, well, actually, my very first film for public television, and I'm dating myself, was in 1989, and it was called Crisis, Who Will Do Science? And it looked specifically at those numbers and why Black folks, people of color, and women were leaving the science pipeline. And so I'm actually going back to that film as well to update some of those numbers and what's happened in those 30 years. And so that in that way, it has this kind of arc, because I left science, but paradoxically, science allowed me to get my foothold into making films and directing films. And so that is kind of, but the thing is, I didn't include my mom in that story, even though she was doing like the STEM stuff. She was part of that STEM movement at the same time. And I feel like in some ways this film is like kind of like correcting that. It's like putting us back in the story in a certain kind of way, because most of the scientists that we profile were people who were much more conventional and were not breaking the mold. And so I feel like that's so important, because we need to understand that we can empower ourselves through science by looking at how science is affecting us.
Just a quick follow-up. Just a quick follow-up. And will that film be in your updating of that? Is that going to be in this
Yes,
film?
that's going to be in this film. It's actually in Act 3.
But the other thing that this film does is really shine a light on the community colleges and their importance to STEM. I think Malcolm Gladwell just a month ago said, if you're a person of color and you want a career in the sciences, don't go to Harvard. And what he was saying was go to places that will take the time to mentor you, to bring you along. And what you see in the film, or what you will see, because the film is almost done, really, we are just in the final stages of the edit, is that Rudine, people like her and her cohort of folks, all the way up to the current time, the new head of the chemistry department, these are folks that are dedicated to helping students of color succeed. And the things in Bronx Community College now, they're going to India, they're going to Thailand, they're deeply involved in climate change and the monitoring and the solutions to these things. That's happening in community colleges. People don't know that. So we want not only to update the numbers, if you will, but really to focus on the importance of community colleges as places of excellence. And that means places like the Bronx are places of excellence. Staten Island is a place of excellence that people don't necessarily. Well, at least the community college.
Changing the lanes.
It might be safer with Knightsbridge or something.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for this pitch. I'm gonna find you later. I'm obsessed with your mother. I want a selfie. I'm curious if you can just take a little bit of time to expand on the ways that we'll kind of see science in action in the film. It's funny, I was like, I love this personal story of your mother. I love seeing Black women break boundaries and break molds. It's my favorite genre of all things, books, media, all things. But I wanted to see a little bit of science. So I'm curious how that's gonna play out in the film.
Yeah, well, it's actually playing out both in the kitchen, but also in the ways, the methodologies that Mom alluded to, how they were able to. She was actually part of a department that had not just one Black chemistry professor, but they had three, including Mom, and so they were all working together. So they actually transformed the pedagogy around how to teach people who were struggling from underserved high schools, to learn to actually up the math and learn ways to understand chemistry in a way that they could really grasp and embrace. And so we're doing it with that. We're doing it like the ways in which science principles can be applied in terms of activism, my mother's activism, how you coordinate people together to allow for the fertilization of kinds of different things. She was very big in the anti-apartheid movement, and so our house became this kind of like a laboratory for bringing people together to really advance that activism. And she was also very involved in, I feel like it's strange talking about you, Molly, right here. She was also involved in Women for Racial and Economic Equality. And so how do we see life through the eyes of a scientist? And so we're trying to kind of shift that lens. And so all throughout the film, we're using science principles. So it just really opens up people to understand that it's not like over there. I mean, I feel like part of the attack on science is because science has been so elitist, and so how do we really ground it in where we are and who we are?
We also spend a lot of time within the story of Rudine's early years getting started in science. What was attractive to her? Right? Why science allowed her to solve problems. And we talk about some of the early research that she did, working with eels. You'll see that, and it'll be very nicely animated.
And its relationship to electricity.
You also have there's a sequence in there. She was one of the first people to get one of the minority business research,
minority biomedical research
grants.
And it was focused on lead poisoning that was happening in urban centers around the country. This is back in the late 70s. When was it?
Early 80s. 1986. But they did a study with the Bronx Zoo, and they created a research project. So you'll see that. So there's hard science. There's an allusion to the research part of it. But core to the film is for us to think about science and scientists much more broadly than those terms. So that, as Thomas mentioned, every person in here is a chemist, whether they realize it or not. Every time they look at a recipe and they start to make something, they're mixing ingredients, they're putting it under heat, they're creating something that wasn't there before. The film is just making people aware of the extent to which science touches all of us, which is why the community impact campaign, Scientists in the Family, is really focused on making that much more explicit for people.
We're going to be highlighting, we got money from the National Science Foundation, that big grant that took us 3 or 4 years to get, and it was like unceremoniously taken away from us, and illegally last April. Part of that included using our family pictures methodology, where people come and we assemble them like here, and people share their family photographs as a way of telling stories about where they're from, but specifically looking at science and the role of scientists within the neighborhoods, but also the scientists within our neighborhoods. I mean, we celebrate sports figures and all kinds of other folks, but we don't necessarily celebrate people who are doing science and making them more visible and allowing people to do that. And it also includes a series, Scientists in the Family, that Don was talking about, that's going to be kind of part doc, part animation, and part narrative, celebrating the stories of science historically and also in the present day.
Audience, do you have any questions? Yeah, it looks like we do. I have a question for you. I want to keep with the awkwardness because your mom's here. she's clearly opinionated, right? What was it like making a film about her, with her, for you as a filmmaker?
Okay. Well, Ma, what was it like for you? Go ahead.
All right, I spoke.
No, we didn't hear you.
Oh, I'm sorry. I said, as you said, I'm opinionated, so I gave my opinion. And one of the things I wanted to mention was with the Minority Biomedical Research Grant. That was the whole idea, is to teach students how to do research. I don't think you mentioned that, and that was very important. Some of my students became doctors. They went on to four-year schools. They majored in science. They went to graduate school and so forth. So that was a very key. We had that for about 8 years, and we trained many students with that research grant.
More questions up there? Yeah, sure.
And I would just say, in terms of working with my mom, in terms of to answer your question, I mean, it's to realize how much I don't know how, I mean, my mom is amazing. I've known that. And to be able to make a monument to her, here and now in the present moment, but also, like, because I mean, she's talking about, like, when I go to see her, she's talking about, like, estate planning and all this, like, prep for, the next whatever, but she's like, you're aging with grace, and you're doing like all this work, and she's becoming an author in the last like 5 years from a transcript I did from our interview with my grandfather in the 90s. And she's like, working in the pantry at Bethel AME Church. And so for me, it really feels like it connects science, art, and spirituality. And I feel like that is so critical, especially like the spirituality aspect, and which is completely tied with the art. And so I feel like I was able, I left science because I didn't feel like I could be my full self in science, I was like, I know I could like be totally out and be like, crazy as an artist and storyteller. And now I'm like coming back to science. I'm like, okay, my voice needs to be here as well.
So what we're really showing is the science of the good life. How to live fully, authentically, one's true self, regardless of what your focus is. But the idea of science and the good life, well, that's what the novel part of the film is.
Hello, I'm Keith Shapiro. I am the Director of Sales and Production at 19th and 7th, which is a film and video production, post-production company. So I am just so excited to see this film when it's done. I've been following this amazing woman since the beginning of it, and I wanted to know, and also, we have a saying in Jewish that is beshert, that something that Mary mentioned, that maybe this is beshert, that the exact amount that you need is what this would give you. So, hopefully, God willing. And I wanted to know, so with the PBS broadcast, is that already funded as well, or do we need to also contribute for that to help you get to that point?
So that 150, and I'll just turn it over to Don in a second. He says I talk too much, but that 150 gets finish our animation, our composer, online. So we're like minutes from a fine cut. And so, but we think, we know that film is going to have a major festival release, and then we also want to do a theatrical, because I know in the past, having done theatricals of documentaries, and I think Yerba has followed some of those films, and it raises the profile. And so it's really, how do we affect the culture? And so, and in addition to the PBS broadcast, but also we have this tremendous outreach through community colleges across the country, and also through science centers across the country.
Yeah, so PBS is kind of baked into the whole framework because of our funding from Black Public Media and from Firelight Media. They have the first dibs on it. Already in the process, when we were doing the NSF grant, we put together an amazing group of outside people and experts and what have you, one of whom was PBS Digital. And they kind of, when the film is ready, let us know, because they want to broadcast the short videos that Thomas alluded to in terms of Scientists in the Family, it's a digital video series that is going to arise from partly some of the folks that we have interviewed as part of the film making of the film. People like Shirley Malcolm, who is head of the
AAAS, American Association for the Advancement of Science. She was in the 1989 film.
Right, but also there's a Nigerian PhD research chemist who is also a rapper. But then the community outreach part of the impact, which is going through the science centers. I mean, New York Hall of Science is one of our big partners, but Franklin Institute, the Fleet in San Diego, the Michigan Science Center in Detroit, people in Charlotte, Tallahassee, Oklahoma City, just to name a few. All of those folks are committed in their local regions for outreach with the film and the community engagement piece of it, so that the local impact, along with the television broadcast, is going to take this film a lot of places.
Yeah. Just quickly, is there more edit time that's included in that 150? I'm sorry, I just want to.
I would say a month. It's really polishing. It's really we've been editing off and on. When we had to go on hiatus after we lost our NSF grant, but it's really polishing. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Thomas and Don. Let's give them a round of applause. So we have 2 more films to show, but we're going to take a quick 10-minute break. If you want to get in touch with the filmmakers, they might go outside and you can talk to them there. But there's also a QR code outside the door that includes our program guide, and contact information for them is in there. We'll see you back in 10 minutes. welcome back. Pitch Black, let's clap. Woo! Okay, so virtual audience, how are you doing out there? Put some stuff in the chat. Let us know what's going on. Make sure you get into some questions. Let's get right into it. This next project is about a 17-day bike ride tracing the Underground Railroad. Please play No Longer Bobby.
In the fall of 2020, when most of the world was retreating behind closed doors, 5 young black and brown men did something different. They got on their bikes and headed into the Deep South. This is me, on the side of a road in Maryland, sleep deprived but capturing the moment and thinking about the next shot. And this is Narinda, managing production, juggling logistics, and keeping everything moving.
We weren't just observing this story, we were in it. We traveled with the cyclists, camped alongside them, and watched the ride push them to their limits. In the middle of a pandemic and a country on fire over racial injustice.
And when I tell you this is something you've never seen before, I mean it literally, because it had never happened before. John Bobby Shackelford is a 25-year-old bike messenger from DC living in Brooklyn. And at that point in his life, he had something to prove, that black cyclists belong in a sport where almost no one looks like them. So he comes up with this idea.
I want to bike the Underground Railroad.
17 days, 1,100 miles from Africatown, Alabama to Washington, D.C., following a route inspired by the Underground Railroad. Almost no long-distance preparation, with 4 friends, some of whom had never even met. We'd love to show you a glimpse of that journey.
You guys good? The Underground Railroad ride is more of a freedom ride. Obviously, we're doing it for serious reasons, and we want to bring light to serious issues. The best mindset to have, in my opinion, is just riding bikes.
I've had like a lot of dreams. Now just like imagine my dad at the top of the hill. I just like ride real hard at the top of the hill. Like, you know, he's always on my mind.
People think that we all get treated equally, but we don't. You know, I'm hoping I can just inspire someone.
I'm a big guy, but I can still do this shit, and I got my homies to back me up if anything happens, so.
So guys, as you ride, stay dedicated to the thought, stay dedicated to your cause, because you don't know the bigger blessing that's coming behind y'all movement.
We don't kill black people. No, black people kill black people. Be careful.
There's crazy people out here in this town.
I hope we're not all ready to like kill each other by the end of it.
Exactly. So lead it.
I know what I heard, but I just wonder why you all are doing this.
I think we have to understand the importance of protecting these sacred places, because by coming back, we get to relive that history. And if we don't know our history, we're doomed to repeat it.
If we don't ride, we don't ride. If we do, we do. Everyone has their own reasons why.
And you don't see this every day. The support, everything you do for the community, it's a blessing.
I've been trying to think positive, but being very realistic.
I think this is something that I want to continue for a long time.
We have a lot of work to do. There might be a chance that one of us might not make it to the end. There's something inside, like my spirit, my soul is telling me, you gotta finish this ride. Unless my legs are broken, I'm gonna try to keep on riding.
What you just saw is not just the adventure. It's what happens when the pressure of that journey begins to build. Because they're not just riding, they're moving through rural parts of the South, and that comes with real stakes. And because we were living every single mile alongside them, the tension between cyclists and filmmakers even spills into the fraying.
Yo, if you guys can write singles on this stuff and not double up, that way we can kind of get in the lane together. Not on the climbs, not on the climbs. Do this for the rest of the way no.
You're not just watching a documentary. You're watching a documentary being made.
I have a brother who rides, and when I look at Bobby, at these 5 guys, I see him. I see my cousins, my friends, young black men who are curious, adventurous, and drawn to the open road. Yet, I don't see them like this very often in film. So often, the stories we get are about trauma or exceptional success, but not the in-between. Sleeping under the stars, arguing over the best playlist, riding, and just vibing. When we returned to Bobby a few years after the ride, something had changed. He no longer goes by Bobby. That name, he says, belonged to a version of himself he no longer identifies with. The life he imagined didn't happen. He left Brooklyn and went back to his hometown in DC and started over.
No Longer Bobby is not only about his transformation, but the transformation of everyone on that ride, including us. Like the cyclists, we faced our own tests along the way. Moments when the journey to making this film felt long, when Fizz and I had to rally each other forward, balancing full-time jobs alongside the project, and navigating serious health challenges, yet refusing to give up on the story. Because we believe deeply in these men and what this film represents. We've captured 120 hours of footage, the entire ride on camera. To date, we've raised $300,000 and are seeking $150,000 from PitchBLACK to complete the rough cut, pay our editor, and return to the riders, because the story didn't end when the ride did. We want to capture what's been left unsaid and follow the threads that only time has revealed. We've already shared our sizzle with distributors and streamers, and the response has been consistent. We want to see the film.
5 years ago, 5 men set out to prove something. To cycling, to the world, maybe to themselves. This isn't another cycling film. You've never seen anything like this. Beautiful, complicated, and redefining freedom. We would be honored to finish it with Black Public Media. Thank you.
Thank you.
Welcome to the stage, Fizz Olajaida and Narinda Aid. Everyone get your questions ready. Yoruba, maybe we'll start with you.
Sure. This was another one that I watched. I was like, I have not seen this film before. I'm totally interested and, compelled by the topic. And I thought the footage was really beautiful of them cycling, reclaiming the outdoors. Love it. I had one big question, and maybe it's my own confusion, but in the treatment, you talked about going back to Bobby and he changed his name, but that something had reframed the journey for him or something, this transformation, and I'm wondering if you could talk more about that. And then I have another question after that.
Sure, absolutely. Hi, everyone. So, yes, there definitely is a transformation. There's also a twist, which is why you were confused. So I'm not going to go into the twist itself because it's really a big moment and it will really reveal why the film is no longer Bobby. Obviously, you have that as like the first sort of theme. Bobby, he doesn't want to be called Bobby anymore. We call him Bobby. I call him Bobby. That's all we say. And that's just not what he goes by anymore. But then also there's there's this theme of transformation. Things keep changing. So for example, I would say one theme is he conceived the ride. So you would think that, okay, he's the, hero of the story if this was unscripted. And that kind of changes. It moves through the cyclist who you're kind of like looking as the leader, right? You would definitely assume it's him. And then by the end, that really does change. It goes back and forth between the cyclists. And then also there's transformation even just across the 17 days. Ed, who is the biggest rider, he lost a lot of weight. at the end of the ride, he's showing me his bib. He's like, Fizz, look. And I'm like, oh my gosh. Like at the end of the, and I put on weight. So we did the reverse. So there's just transformation that really happens. And so that theme of No Longer Bobby would really kind of, you know, it's a character in itself. And like hopefully through the film, you'll kind of really get it as you get to the end.
Great.
Yes.
Thank you. And just quickly, in terms of budget, what do you need to finish? I know there's the 150 that you said would get you. What is your gap?
Our funding gap is $500,000, which this 150 would be very critical to getting us to a rough, and then paying for finishing, music, all of the other elements. But our editor is we're currently reapproaching our edit to a more ambitious POV kind of structure. We're kind of, you know, dealing with a bit of a murder board. An incident happens, and we're seeing it from each of the writers' perspectives, which you've not really seen in documentary. It's kind of a narrative device that we thought would be interesting to kind of look at these 5 unique individuals and how they see the journey and how it ends for them, both then and now.
Great, thank you.
Hi, it's
Hello.
so good to see you both.
Hi, Chloe.
I first saw this project pitched at Camden, and I think Monica, she's not here anymore, but I think Monica Navarro is maybe the judge at the time. So it's lovely to see you all, and to see the evolution of the project since then. I'm curious about if you can expand a tiny bit more into the more contemporary footage of the going back to the 5. Are you going back to just John or all 5?
All 5.
All 5. So going back to them, kind of what revelations you think we'll see? What do you think they're going to say? What do you think is going to change? How will that kind of form your final act of the film? It sounds like maybe.
Absolutely. So firstly, I mean, I've been speaking to the cyclists since 2020. So regularly I check in with them. One of them's in the audience there. Eduardo. So I do talk. We stay close to them because I want to understand. I want to be on their journey. I want to be with them. As we said in the sizzle, the journey didn't stop at the ride. Like they've all been through a journey. I mean, Ed's done some amazing stuff. Outside of the ride that I want to capture. So typically when I speak to them, I record it. And so it was one of these conversations in 2023 after I'd pitched the film when we had spoken. That I spoke to Bobby, and I was like, hey, Bobby, and he was like, I'm no longer Bobby. And I was like, what? And so I captured that. But I want to talk to him about it. I want to reflect on it. I asked him again last week. I was like, are you Bobby or John? And he was like, John. And I was like, just checking. So, I definitely want to talk about that. Also, there are some fractures in the group. So you watch the film, you see the relationships form. You know, John was the center of that. These are all his friends. Some of them knew each other. They grew up in DC or Maryland, so they know each other from, where they grew up. But they all became a brotherhood on this ride. You'd find 2 who were really close, another 2 who were close. And so that relationship was really interesting. And then at the end of the journey, the 5 of them, there's just something special about the 5 of them together. Today, they don't all talk to each other. There are some fractures. Definitely need to visit that. I know why. We've spoken to them. We know what's been going on, but we haven't caught that on film.
So I love how it's a doc about, well, first of all, hi, ladies. And hey, friends, I remember you from Important. So I love how it's a doc about making a doc, essentially, right? And the sizzle really does give you the energy of being on the journey with you guys. And, you can tell it spans time, and I love that. Also, mirroring Yoruba's sentiment, or echoing it, rather, it feels like a story that we haven't seen before, right? I personally know people who cycle, being from the Northeast, across the 5 boroughs, and, the very annoying 5-borough bike tour. That's happening Sunday, by the way. So
thank you.
Sunday. Yeah. But anyway, you don't really see these stories being told. And one bit of this that's personal for me is my mother's actually from Pritchard in Mobile, Alabama, not far from Africatown.
We went to Mobile, yeah.
Right. So if I'm not mistaken, from reading the treatment, you guys start there.
Yes.
So I was kind of wondering what the significance of having that as a starting point was.
Well, obviously, it's the deepest South, so we wanted the route needed to be a substantial distance. They wanted to challenge themselves. Oh, My bad. So Africatown is where the last slave ship that was illegal was docked. And they luckily were able to release those people, and they were able to start a community there. So having the points where they stop hold major significance to the Black experience in America. So we do go to Jamestown, where the first Africans landed as well. And we also stop with Ahmaud Arbery's family in Georgia. So there's parts along the way that do hold significance. But at this, the historical element is there, but at the central crux of the film, it's a coming of age story. How we come of age again and again. We make choices, we redeem ourselves, or we don't. But we do have the historical backdrop that kind of like lends itself to the themes of the film.
Super powerful. Thank you.
More questions, judges? No? Or we can go to the audience and come back, yeah? Audience, do you have any questions? Looks like we got some hands up there. I have a question for you. Yes. So as we get to the audience, along the lines of what Mary said, this is not just about them. This is also about you making the film too. How do you walk the line though? Because I imagine it's hard to how much of yourself are you gonna put in this?
That is a great question. I mean, as any director, filmmaker, you want to be behind the camera. We don't want to be in the camera. There's outtakes of my cinematographer capturing me going, "You're in the movie," and I'm like, no. But there are incidents and things that happen where we have to step into frame. And so, as we've been working on this project and going through development, we've thought about, is the film crew a sixth character? That wasn't the goal, that wasn't the intention. But as Narinder alluded to earlier, the way that we're structuring the edit is what's actually going to dictate how you see us. So, for example, we're going to structure it from the vantage point of each cyclist. So it's really how they experience us. If they experience us in a way where there's conflict, that's how you see us. If they experience us in a way where there's trust, there's safety, there's care, that's how you see us. So everyone, went on the ride, they went on the same route, but they definitely experienced it very differently. So we'll get from day 1 to day 17, but through the vantage point of each cyclist.
Audience question?
Hi, I'm Cece. I'm from the South. And I'm curious if anything comes up. I think it's really interesting if the bike ride will show how far up the Mason-Dixon line actually is. And I'm curious if you see the cyclists or y'all personally had a conversation or if there's narrative around the Black diaspora in America and the actual Black migration, because I know from Texas, I moved here 7 years ago. I moved up here, and y'all do everything a little different, Being Black in New York and being Black in Texas, being Black in Louisiana, they're different things. So I'm wondering if that came out colloquially or in conversation, if it highlights and puts itself in the film that being Black in America is actually this big, beautiful, diverse thing. Thank you.
Well, you see it in the 5 men. First of all, not all of them are Black. We do have Latinx, Ed representing the brown people in the community. But as I mentioned earlier, we talk about the Black experience in America. We don't really touch on the Great Migration. That would just be a bigger film altogether. Yes. But you do see how unique, how non-monolithic the Black experience is through these men. They each have very unique backgrounds and have very unique points of view, just politically and the way that they carry themselves. So you get a sense of finally seeing Black and brown men 3-dimensionally without the usual narrative that we're accustomed to in the media.
And can I also add, as you can tell from my accent, I'm from Brooklyn. No, I'm from London. So this really was the first time, not just for me to go to Alabama or the Deep South, really the whole crew. They're from DC, Indianapolis, Maryland. So most of the crew is Black. The cyclists are. So we're moving together, to Alabama, and we all had our preconceived notions of what it would be like. I would definitely say that Mobile, Alabama was the most hospitable place that we'd been to. We got there, We felt so comfortable. The locals were amazing. And there was just interesting things that happened that we had these ideas about, and it really wasn't that at all. Like, I think seeing these men on a bike in these tight cycling bibs, like, it's kind of like, who are they? What are they doing? They're riding on the highways. They're riding in just like really interesting places. And you'd see drivers, truck drivers, just beeping at them, encouraging them, like, we don't know what you guys are doing, but go, go, go. And like, everyone's super excited. So that was something that we didn't anticipate. You know, we were thinking more, it was going to be more like threat of the road, which of course, cycling regardless can be a dangerous activity. But that was something that we definitely noticed.
We did also observe that the closer to the Mason-Dixon line we got, the more fervent the Maginus we found, because I guess they had something to prove that they're not Northerners. So it was like an interesting
mix. Yeah.
Any questions from judges?
Yeah, I wonder if you could talk a little bit more about the history and how it's going to play in the edit. I know it's also an editing, challenge, but what's your vision of how it will be weaved in and out of the film?
Yeah, through the journey, we did the cyclists, and this wasn't us. They wanted to meet with historians. Look, their understanding of the Underground Railroad, for most of them, really started and ended with Harriet Tubman. That's what they remembered from school, and that was it. And so in 2020, they wanted to know more. They wanted to know about their ancestry. They wanted to understand. So along the way, we had sort of reached out to some historians. We met with them. We had one interesting experience in Virginia, where we were taken, it was like a museum or something, and there was a guide. Ed, do you know what I'm going to say? Because you're nodding your head. In Jamestown. And there was this white historian that was telling the cyclists about the history, and Ed was like, I don't know if this is true. And they challenged him. The cyclists kept asking questions, challenging him, and he was like, well, I mean, and it was really interesting because I'd never thought to question it, because they are the historians, supposedly. And it was just fascinating to watch the cyclists interact, question, not really believe, and then they walked away like, yeah, that ain't right. And I was like, wow, it was interesting and it was empowering. So, but yes, along the way, we meet with historians, we try to understand the locations that we're in, the significance of it, and we did actually come across an Underground Railroad site. So in the video, you saw a backdrop that Narinda and I were kind of doing our interview. That was a site that was just newly discovered in Fredericksburg. And it had been covered up with like trash and things like that. And in 2020, a group of people decided to clear it up. And they realized, oh my gosh, this is actually a heritage site. And so they were working to get that recognized.
Do we have any, did we get a question from online?
I have a question from the chat online. Cheryl Fields asks, did the filmmakers also ride at some point?
I was too busy trying to find us some money, because we literally got on the road in 6 weeks. Fizz tried to get on the bike.
I did, and I fell off the bike. It's a road bike. I didn't realize it didn't have a brake. So I got on, and yeah, I fell off a few times. But we also had our impact producer, who's incredible. She's an adventurer, she's a sports person herself. She did ride with the cyclists, which was really, really cool. But yeah, I fell.
And did judges have one last question? No? All right, we got one more in the audience.
Thank you very much. It was really nice seeing a little piece of your film, and definitely looking forward to watch. So
tell us who you are.
My name is Carla Francesca Robles. I'm a filmmaker, just finishing a mentorship program with PBS, and I came to learn about pitching here. You said that you need to restructure the film, and you're working closely with your editor. Definitely, you need more money to pay your editor, and I'm interested in knowing what has been that process of working with your editor in making those decisions, because obviously it's a decision that costs money.
Absolutely.
I mean, actually, we've gone through a couple of editors, which has also burned money that we desperately needed. Our last editor, who was incredible, he's a Black man, he's done sports docs, ended up getting sick midway into the project. So we had to start from scratch. And in a way, while it was like detrimental to just our confidence, it was and our wallets, it did give us a time to really rethink how we're approaching the film. Initially, it was like linear, day 1 to day 17, but we realized thematically how much richer it could be with this new approach. So that time to kind of like reset, reconsider, really allowed us the opportunity to kind of like ruminate a little bit more about our approach. So now, the murder board.
Thank you so much, Fiz and Narendra. Let's give them a round of applause.
Thank you. Thank you.
And our next film is about Black manhood, fatherhood, joy, pain, and art. Please play What's in a Name.
Welcome to South Philly. I'm here on the corner of 60th and Federal where my story begins. My name is Khalil Munir. I'm the co-producer and protagonist of What's in a Name. My grandparents owned a grocery store over there, a restaurant, and 2 apartment buildings. We lived on the 2nd floor of the apartment building. Me and my friends played until the streetlights came on. I remember the smell of food in the air, neighbors on the sidewalks, and love that felt bigger than the street itself. This corner raised me, but this same corner is where my trauma lives. It's where my dad got shot and arrested, where I was separated from my mother and my father, shipped from house to house. Instead of playing dodgeball, I was dodging bullets right down the street. Dance, theater, performance, it saved my life. In our documentary, you will see me pursue my artistry as well as my healing. 93 was a pretty crazy summer. We were sitting on the steps, me and my cousin. Gunshots started ringing out. A bullet hit me in my shoulder. I'm hit! They shot into the house, and they shot my cousin in the back. Somebody help! Call 911, hurry up! Hurry up. I always knew, but that night solidified that point. The streets are not for me. They're not for me. They're not for me.
I am Malkia Lydia, director and co-producer. In 2009, when I borrowed a camera to document Khalil's art, I had no idea that What's in a Name would follow him from ages 27 to 44 as he builds and revises not only an autobiographical play, but the relationship with his father.
Yeah.
Verite, Interview, and 4 very different versions of his play immerse us in 4 distinct chapters in Khalil's story.
In chapter 1, I just want answers. You know, what will go through your head having a son out in the world? Basically me, really wanting and yearning for that father figure. I kind of missed that growing up, you know what I mean? And I just really, was wondering, did you ever think about?
In chapter 2, everything changes for Khalil and his fiancée, Siobhan.
That last time when she pushed, when I saw him come out, all I could do was just scream. I screamed yes, I don't know how many times, yes, and she's screaming, and her father's in there, and her mother's in there, and he's crying, and she's crying, her sister's in there, they're crying. That's my guy. You're dead. The 2 feelings that I felt instantly was love. When you say love at first sight, that's what that is. And then the second feeling was rage of like, if anybody do anything to you, I will fucking kill them. And I mean it. Those 2 feelings were so weird to have back to back, but that's what I felt instantly when I saw him. Yes.
I never felt like you abandoned me.
Well, that's good to know. That's the way I felt, you know.
All right, that boo? Yeah. What's going on? Good. You good, Mom?
My mother and father never seen me straighten up, you know. That's your father's biggest regret, that they never seen their son be the son that they know that I could be, and the father that they know I could be.
You're in me. The way I move, the way I handle my business, I got that from my grandfather and I got that from my father. You know what I'm saying? And that's the things I hold on to, and I hope that same spirit, that same energy he has.
Hey, grandson.
Hey, Papa.
Hey. Hey, boy. Who that man? That's your papa.
In Chapter 3, Khalil turns 35, and his father, Khalil Sr., makes it to 70. But their new closeness is tested by addiction relapse, loss, and the wounds of personal and systemic trauma.
I'm in chapter 4 right now, touring my play. My big sister is trying to help rename this very street corner in honor of our grandparents. And I'm trying to become the dad I needed. The real reason why people hang their shoes up
What is it?
is when someone passes away.
I didn't know that. You're right.
I knew a boy, I knew a man that looked a lot like you.
You will see the show one day though, bud, I promise you. You know what I'm saying? When I think you can handle it. You know what I mean? They tell me to go. It might even be better than this. Khalil, go? All right, time to go. Come in here. All right, see the fits? So you ready to come to the fits with me?
This is special. A rare, sustained portrait of Black men as role models for intergenerational healing. We're filming our final moments and entering post-production, aiming for national public television in 2027.
To all my Black fathers, I'm a witness. We have the power to break cycles and build something better. My art is guiding me to deeper connections with family, therapy, and healing spaces led by Black men.
We're partnering with Black Men Heal and other experts to reach fathers nationwide. And we're raising $180,000 to complete the edit of What's in a Name.
Trauma can be passed down, but healing can be too. Thank you for allowing us to share this 17-year journey with you.
Thank you.
Please welcome to the stage Malkia Lydia, director, and producer Khalil Munir. Judges, over to you first.
I can go. Congratulations. And way to close us out. It takes a lot. You got to have a really good project to stand between the audience and lunch, and I think you do, so congratulations. I love the longitudinal nature of the film. It's funny, it reminds me of a film that I worked on almost a decade ago now to help release, along with a lot of other people in this room, called Quest. And it's funny because it's with these long-term projects, it's always hard to know when to stop. And so I'm curious about how you're thinking of the ending, and why it felt like it was time.
I'll jump in with that one. So we wanted to be sure that we're not trying to do a summary survey of 17 years. So we picked 4 deep dives in a way that deep dive into Khalil's interior world and his father. His father has a journey in the film and other members of the family as well. And it just worked out that this device, or this play that there are different iterations of, worked as a way to sort of help us bring you into those moments. And so there were many times we thought we were finished in the past. We thought, oh, he had a child. He's a father now. That's the end of the story. But for various reasons, a lot of times it was funding, but also when I look back on it, honestly, my greenness as a producer, there were reasons why. I will also share there's a moment we stopped because when Khalil's father experienced a relapse, Khalil, who was, that was his role in terms of when we had access, he said, we're stopping down for a while. And we did for a good while, until we were really, really clear that he was on the other side of that. He expressed his desire to continue. So there are various reasons why we stopped before that weren't necessarily what we would have predicted. This time around, you know, we've gotten to a point where we can see naturally where it's time to share the story. So in this last iteration of the play that's in Act 4, or Chapter 4, I should say, that's more appropriate, it's produced by a regional company. The house is full. There are elements and ways that I would say as somebody observing this that Khalil understands his story and his name that weren't there before. He's a father of 2. Khalil Sr. has become Pop Pop. You know, it's right. It's the time now to show this journey of healing.
I'll jump in. First of all, I want to say that you aged very gracefully because there were moments there where I was like, wait a minute, was that him then or is that him now? So, yep, Black don't cry. But I love the concept of the play, and I'm curious as to how much of that will be integrated into the film.
Those 4 distinct chapters. So you'll see 4 distinct versions of the play throughout the film. When I first started, I didn't know why I was performing. I was coming from California. My mom got sick, and I needed some money. So I was at Freedom Theater at the time, and I wanted to, you know, self-produce this work. And I've been self-producing the work for over 13 years. And most recently is when regional theater started to step into place. But just the idea of, you know, everybody has a story, and I wanted to share my story and share my story on stage through acting and tap dancing. And I think it was important for me to do that, to keep going. Like I needed to keep going.
Yeah, and it's really a blessing to make a story with a storyteller, right? Because it lends itself, you know, some of the obvious ways, like a vignette from the play might be exposition, right? But really, we're trying to do something a little more distinct and different from that. So like the first time you see it, he's producing it in tandem or in cooperation with Freedom Theater, this amazing historic Black theater in Philadelphia that was his introduction to the arts as a child. So he's working alongside those elders to produce this first sort of, I guess you could say, big production of the play. And so it's not just that we're going to get glimpses into the play, we get to meet the people who are part of his village. It organically sets up where we can get a little backstory. So sometimes the making of is a device, sometimes a vignette from the play or something about the play kicks off a chapter, sometimes it's where we arrive, so we're playing with it there. And it's also definitely a way we can see how his depiction of his life changes, like as he changes and his priorities change.
Wonderful. Thank you so much for sharing your story and the commitment to over the years to telling it using these different elements. And that's actually my question, because there are so many elements, the live performance, the making of, the history, the amount of footage that you must have, the father's journey, and even, you know, with Islam. Tell me about your editor and your editor's experience, because it's going to be an editing challenge, as you well know. But how much time you've allotted for the edit?
I'm so glad you asked. See, this $150,000 would allow us to engage the perfect top-tier editor for this story. I will say, in this journey, early on, we had someone on board as editor who is now a senior editor at a major network, who's still in our family, wants to be a consulting editor, but it's just not a load he can take on. That's Adam Lingo. He's okay with us saying that. And so really, so far what you've seen in terms of samples, there's some scenes like that. I love that scene of him describing his son's birth. That's a trade-off where Adam and I traded off. I think the barbershop scene, I did, like, so I've kind of done what we've done so far, but we know that that is not the way the film is gonna be completed in its best way. So we've allotted, I wanna say, of the $180,000 that we're seeking to get to PitchBLACK, I wanna say that we've budgeted for 6 months, really, for an editor. That's a big chunk of that money. And just while we're talking about the budget, the editor, We have 7 days of filming that we want to do. So the street naming, the family coming back together to honor the grandparents who had the businesses on the corner, that's one of the storylines we've got to follow up on. We're also going to do some family portraiture, intergenerational family portraiture on the corner. Because really, even though trauma is the inciting incident, if you will, for Khalil going into the arts, it's not the entire tone of the film at all. We take you to a South Philly block party. I mean, you saw, perhaps you caught that banner with the woman and man. Those are the ancestors. That's Eddie and Joe Simon. And they were honoring Khalil Sr. at his 70th birthday party. So we're going to, there's some threads to follow up on, basically. So the 7 days, the editor, we want to give ourselves some money for our time. And what's really, really important to us is that we bring on a consultant who can, with mental health expertise, also an understanding of how media impacts participants and audiences, to help guide the way we continue our ongoing consent process with Khalil Sr., how we shape the scenes about his relapse, how we roll things out. We want someone to come and mediate that process and to help advise us overall. And we also want to have a fund that if a major participant or a team member wants some sessions, they have a fund to kind of get at least some short-term mental health counseling.
Can I just one quick follow-up? Because you guys are a team and a fantastic team, but you are also in the film. This is your story. So talk about, if it hasn't happened, all kinds of things happen in making a film between collaborators. You said that when your father relapsed, you stopped, and you knew that was the case. But what if there are other circumstances of things that you think as the director should be in the film that, how will you navigate that?
I think it's
conflict.
how do we navigate conflict? I think
Artistically.
just collaboration. You have to be open to conflict. And once I signed on to doing the project, I had to be open to that possibility of there may be conflict. But I really wanted to make sure that we weren't making trauma porn. So I wanted to make sure that my family was safe. This is not just my story. This is my family story. And also it's a legacy story. When my kids get old, they'll see this. You know what I mean? And I want them to see this and hold this with pride and not like, oh, I'm shameful of the story that was told. So I'm very, very conscious of that. And I think Malkia is very conscious of that as well. And I trust her. When you're in partnership for 17 years, there has to be a level of trust that's been built, and I trust her.
Thank you. I was trying to think back to some examples. Of course, there have been times where we're like, okay, how are we going to do this? But from the beginning, I come out of, to some degree, my training is kind of, or at least my exposure early in filmmaking is like participatory, social issue driven. And so I knew I wanted to bring in elements of that, but I also am a research nerd and I kind of am a wannabe journalist. So I wanted to have the critical distance. So we decided that around vision, around impact, Khalil really, really led around that, around access to the family and neighborhoods and all that. Khalil really, really led that. We had an overall vision together. Day to day, we're bringing 2 cameras and we're going to film this or that. Me. He hasn't sat in on edits, but he's certainly seen them. So we've definitely had some dividing lines. But I'll say, like, around the moment of the relapse, I didn't know exactly what was happening at first. There was a point where I said, oh no, I'm failing as a filmmaker because I'm feeling distance between the family and myself. We had stopped down for a while anyway, but in terms of picking back up, it was kind of just hesitation. And at some point, Khalil's like, okay, let me tell you what's going on.
I wanted to be careful, you know what I mean? I wanted to make sure my father was okay, you know what I mean? And him getting over that and just seeing how he's so connected to his grandchildren right now, it's amazing.
Yeah, yeah. And I would tell you, of course, I was like, absolutely. Inside, oh no, have I failed? What's gonna happen? And I just had to get over myself and just wait it out and trust those moments. There have been some clear moments where I knew we were assigned to do this. And I just have to take my mind back to those moments, and we're gonna work it out, and we're gonna figure out what this needs to be, because those moments were so true that I didn't doubt them, if that makes sense.
No,
yeah.
Thank you.
There's an important lesson in documentary ethics there too.
Yes, absolutely.
I just have one last question. Sorry. Can you talk a little bit about the title and the meaning behind the title?
Sure. What's in the name? So I was coming into this world, 1 pound 4 ounces. My mother wanted to name me Edward Julius Simon III after my my grandfather, my father's father, and you'll see this in the film as well. My dad went down the same day and changed my name to Khalil Abdul Malik Rahim Munir, after himself and 3 of his best friends who were serving life in prison. And I always wondered, if there's power in a name, why did you choose to name me after these 3 men opposed to your father? So that, what is in the name?
And really, you all, I mean, legacy names are the ways all families pass down legacy, right? And the theme of legacy and inheritance, and these sort of divergent legacies that he gets to choose from, the grandfather story versus the parent story. But then we also start to complicate that a bit, and even see how his understanding of what his father was doing, because his father is a really tender and funny man, and you get to, so just with time, us being able to look back at that, this whole question of what's in a name kind of serves that purpose as well, to kind of revisit that. And then I think for Black folks especially, naming is the way we self-determine. And even Khalil's father's choice to join the Nation of Islam as a young man looking for an example of strength and pride and changing his name and being proud of that. Khalil means,
Khalil means to be
a close,
Khalil means to be a close friend.
yeah, Munir is shining and radiant.
Munir means to be a bearer of light. So
Yeah.
I love my name. At one point, I didn't like my name. Khalil Abdul Malik Rahim Munir. I'm like, oh.
But it's very Philly. It's such a Philly name. Y'all know, right?
Audience, do we have any questions? Yes, we do. We've got quite a few. Love that. The judges stole all of mine, so I don't have any. It's about the name. Maybe.
Hello.
So my name is Lakia. I'm a filmmaker and co-founder of Squid Media. We're a media company based right here in Harlem. But I have a question for
Malkia.
If you don't mind sharing, could you just talk about some of the early signs that this was a story that you needed to commit to, considering that this isn't family, right? This isn't like a super personal story, and it's been 17 years. That's real dedication. That's devotion. That's not even dedication. That's devotion. So I'm curious if you don't mind sharing one of those signs.
Yeah, I can. Well, I'll tell you the first moment that because Khalil actually approached me. We were friends, and he was working on an iteration of the play that was way different. There's a whole funny story you'll find out and hear about his first versions of the play. He comes out of the Black theater tradition, and let's just say there was a lot of Black theater borrowed in this play, as opposed to his own life story. But I remember driving up from D.C. to come see it, and I was late, missed half of it, and at the end, he was like, oh, but there's more. You got to hear about my grandfather and my neighborhood, and I really kind of want to do a film about it. I was like, oh, okay, and but it stuck with me. And I want to say it was a while later where I was feeling like I was in, this being honest, I was kind of in a job direction that was taking me away from the creative. I wasn't betting on myself, as folks say. And I had a little bit of time off that coincided with some time he had off. And I literally borrowed, my friend's camera, drove up to Philly, slept on his sister's couch, and we filmed the barbershop scene. And we filmed some stuff around the neighborhood. And I was just hooked from that point on. I mean, just be honestly, there's definitely days where I was like, I'm not sure what we're doing, but I was hooked. Yeah, honestly.
Another question?
Greetings. I just want to say that being a light, as in your name, and thinking of the road that you have traveled through life thus far, and knowing that you are a handsome, beautiful, strong Black man, what wisdom, what knowledge, what speck of light would you leave on your journey for the children that are following behind you, for the men that are looking for strength now to stand up for being their true selves?
So I think that's why this film is so important. I chose to use my art as a tool to be able to shed light, around vulnerability, to be able to shed light around art and stick-to-itiveness. So I only can be myself, and coming into the world at 1 pound 4 ounces, my mother called me a miracle. And I believe that. So I only can go into spaces being myself. So hopefully in the doc, people get to see, going after your healing, it's a courageous thing, but it's also a joyful thing. I'm going after my healing in a joyful way. It doesn't have to be this lethargic type of journey. It could be a very powerful and joyous journey, and I want people to see that through this doc.
And just building on that, we want, and again, this is led by Khalil in terms of what he wanted the film to do. We want it to be a reflection for black men out there. They don't have to have the exact same family story, but we know that there's some, experiences we have in general when we look at the system and the structures that we are raised in and that we grow up in. And so we actually, I guess this would be a good time for us to just introduce, we have one of our key impact partners, Black Men Heal, an organization. They're actually in the audience, and we'll let them say a bit more about what they think this film can do. If you guys want to stand up, they need a mic.
Thank you.
Hello, everybody. My name is Tasneem Suleiman. I'm the founder and executive director of Black Men Heal, which is a leading national nonprofit organization that provides free therapy. It's an access point. It creates access for men of color to get culturally, that's the most important, it's rooted in culturally attending care. So we pair men up with clinicians of color. We have a bunch of other programs too, but ultimately we are all about mental health and healing. I'm also a licensed clinician for 20 years, and I started it from my passion of working with black men. But I did just want to say, in regards to this film, it's so important. We also have just recently done research on 3,800 of our applicants that we will be publishing soon. So this film is so much in alignment with what we do and what we're finding in our research for black men. And specifically, it fills this gap because this film does things that sometimes programs and services don't do alone, because we recognize that every man won't come into therapy because we're encouraging that. But what we're finding is that black men are strongly impacted by seeing and hearing stories that they can connect to and relate to. And we're seeing that we specifically work to remove stigma and increase the access to support. But this film specifically deepens that work, because that intergenerational, you mentioned that in the film, Khalil, the intergenerational, we have like traumas passed down intergenerationally. But what we're finding with the men that come through our program who say that it changes their lives just having access to treatment, that what gets them the access to the treatment is being able to see themselves, and this film could be a gateway for that. And it really shows a lot about trauma, fatherhood, vulnerability, and healing in a really visible human way, and reaches people, again, who might not ever walk into therapy. So as a storytelling tool, we find with the men that we work with, their stories are, I mean, we started it with this one lens as clinicians, but what has sprouted from that is the stories that we didn't fully even imagine or capture that is so unique. I was telling Khalil, we had a event with fathers, and we had a man and his father on a stage doing some healing work, and the entire, it's only men in the audience, 100 men in the healing space. The entire audience was crying of the men, and came and talked about how seeing their unique experiences and complex, sometimes traumatic experiences with their fathers. The event was called Letters to My Father. And so this film, when they came to us, I mean, it just checked all the boxes of, I'm like, oh, wow, because we're a national organization, The men that come through our program, like we like to attach to projects that depict the uniqueness of the stories, and this film does that. So thank
Well, I
you.
think that's a mic drop. I think that's
Almost. I have to shout out Rashid Zakat, who since 2016 has been our lead cinematographer. And if I could just say a quick statement from one other. Are we out of time?
Yeah, we are.
Oh, we out of time. Okay. Well, Byron Hertz, one of our advisors, and gave us a statement. So we just.
But, so, that's a wrap. And can they meet with you outside? Yes.
Absolutely.
Can they meet with you outside? Let's give them a round of applause. Thank you so much. 5 powerful films, 5 different glimpses into the highs, the lows, the ebbs and flows of Black life. Our judges have their work cut out for them, don't they? Thank you to all of our guests. Thank you to all of our amazing filmmakers. Thank you especially to the BPM staff. Kiana up in the booth, you are amazing. Thank you to Black Public Media's board. Thank you to our sponsors. Last time, please give it up one more time for all of these amazing projects. This should be a QR code. Maybe is there a QR code coming? There should be one, I think. I feel like if you take a couple of moments, scan this QR code, let us know your thoughts, and then please join us for lunch next door in the Procope Theater. Makers, don't forget, y'all got to come up to stage for photos. And then last, we do still have some tickets available tomorrow if you want to come see who wins. We want a full house, so we're offering a discount only for people who showed up today. If you want to get tickets to the award show, put in the code PB, like Pitch Black, VIP1, and that's discount for tomorrow. And then the Immersive show will start in 1 hour and 15 minutes. Thank you all so much.
There's always a story. There's always a storyteller.
Black Public Media's mission is to support the development of visionary content creators and distribute stories about the global Black experience. Here's how we do it. We're working towards a more equitable and inclusive future. Join us.
Monkey beat. Hello, hi everyone. I was like in the back, and I forgot about that, you know? Hi everyone. For those of you who are new for our afternoon session, I'm Leslie Fields Cruz, the Executive Director here at Black Public Media. Pitch Black, thank you. Thank you. Apologies, we had a late start this morning. I realized it was because of the King, who is visiting New York. And so we had some traffic issues with one of our jurors who was trying to get here. And so, you know, it's because of the King. It's because of the King. Anyways, we got started, and so now we're here. We're back. We're full. We have full bellies, at least some of us do. And we've got another amazing group of projects to share with you. Pitch Black is our signature event. It's our opportunity to share, showcase stories and projects that are in development, and for you to connect with the amazing makers behind them. And I think this is really important right now because we all know that there are attempts to erase our stories, Black stories. And if we don't come together as a community to support these makers, well, the bottom line is we cannot afford to let one Black story go untold. And so, even though we have our wonderful jury here, they're going to ask questions. They are going to have to decide which projects will receive funding. It's also an opportunity for you, those of you, especially if you're new to Pitch Black, to ask questions of the makers who are here pitching their projects. So when we hand it over to you, you can ask your questions. But if you also want to offer either a connection, in-kind support, pro bono, legal advice, exhibition space, whatever, we want you to do it. You can do it here in the studio with us, or you can meet up and chat with the maker afterwards, slide into their DMs, do email, whatever. But we really want to make sure that we provide them and we give them as many resources and connections as possible so that they can get their projects completed. Now, I have to go through. I want to make sure that I thank our sponsors. Many thanks to Netflix and Anscape, the Sonder Foundation, PBS, our partners and friends, especially those in public media. We know it's been a rough year. We get it. But also, I want to thank all of those of you who have donated directly to Black Public Media. When the defunding of CPB happened, many of you stepped up. We launched this 1.8 million donor campaign. Many of you just stepped up to the plate, and you became part of our 1.8 million donors. And that those donors are helping us to build our Black Future Stories Fund. And so you can, if you're not part of our our 1.8 million donors, you can do so at any point in time. Go into the digital program. You can find the ad, click on the link, and make your donation. With that said, I think we're going, I think I'm done. So let me introduce you to Black Public Media's Director of Emerging Media, Lisa Osborne.
Thank you. Hi, everybody. What was I going to say? For everybody who hasn't attended a BPM Plus event before, I wanted to give you some context for how it differs from the film competition that took place this morning. So this competition, it focuses on basically the people who would be competing are artists, filmmakers, and creative technologists. And the BPM Plus initiative at Black Public Media focuses on supporting people who are making experimental art and tech-centric projects. So that's how it differs from the focus this morning. We basically update and tweak those programs regularly to make sure that our digital makers are receiving the best possible professional and creative support and resources for their projects and for their careers. To that end, from a tech perspective, I have to say that this year, game engines are really the stars of the show. For the first time ever, the majority of the projects that are being pitched today are games, which is a really big milestone for PitchBLACK Immersive. And that's why I'm so excited that our host today is an avid gamer herself, so she speaks game. I do not speak game, but Tamika speaks game. And basically, Tamika is a futurist and a former tech reporter. When I met her in Los Angeles, she was a tech reporter. For 20 years, her career has focused on the intersection of technology, art, creativity, and advertising. We started working with this batch of immersive makers back in January when they were admitted to the program or invited to compete in PitchBLACK Immersive. For 8 weeks, we had peer review sessions with them where they were able to get feedback on their pitches. And Tamika participated in quite a number of those sessions, so she was able to meet them, remotely and get a sense for their personalities and about their projects. So with that said, I would like to welcome Tamika Key to kick off the day.
Thank you. Yes, I am Tamika Key, and I am head of AI at a company called U of Digital. At U of Digital, we educate people in the advertising and marketing industry on how to use AI, among other things. But I am a nerd and a gamer through and through, and so I'm super excited to see this this year's cohorts. Even the one that's not a game is freaking awesome. But and as Lisa said, to kind of be able to see these makers refine their pitches over the past 2 months has really been a joy and an honor. But I suspect that blending technology and creativity to tell stories in new ways is something that our judges know a thing or two about, so let's meet them. First up is Chris Denson, a globally recognized marketer, host, author, and former stand-up comic. He created Visionology, a coaching method for individuals and teams in the innovation economy. He's also worked intimately with the United Nations, Fast Company, Omnicom Media Group, Macro, GM, South by Southwest, the Emmys, Cannes Lions, Google Launchpad, and the Obama administration. Chris also has more than 200 hours of training in trauma response, transformational leadership, and psychedelic facilitation. So if you need some psychedelic facilitation, you should talk to him. Next up is Damian McDuffie, a creative technologist, digital archivist, and a developer who specializes in augmented reality art experiences. He uses both historic archives and the real archives of Black families to tell stories of neighborhood histories hidden in plain view. Influenced by Dr. Huey P. Newton's treatise on the technology question, he developed an augmented reality camera app called Black Terminus AR. Each resulting augmented reality piece is showcased as an open-air museum in historic Black neighborhoods, including Oakland, where I live. Damian is also a BPM Plus fellow who competed in PitchBLACK Immersive in 2023. And last but not least is Latoya Flowers, a multimedia creative and filmmaker with more than a decade of museum experience. She serves as senior multimedia creative at the Field Museum in Chicago, where she works closely with exhibition designers, developers, and composers to craft multimedia experiences. Previously, Latoya was a media producer at the Adler Planetarium. That's amazing. She's also directing Still Searching, a short documentary supported by the Hulu Cartemquin Films Accelerator Program, Sisters in Cinema, and the Chicago Digital Media Production Fund. We're so delighted that LaToya, Damien, and Chris could join us this year. Thank you all for flying in and helping us determine who will win BPM's PitchBLACK Awards. Okay, so here's how it works. Today we have 5 immersive pitches, and each pitch starts with a video describing the project and finishes with a live Q&A with the makers. It's important to know, I think Lisa gave you some context, even though this is immersive, it's not just about the tech. It's not about the most trendy or complex use of technology. Instead, the judges have some criteria that they'll use. First is, did the pitch clearly explain the scope of work that the maker is trying to complete? Second, is the concept a good or great use of a particular technology? Third, does the project have an intangible X factor that just makes you excited? And then last but not least, would you give money to this person to do what they're asking you to do? So as with our film pitches this morning, we do have a couple of notes about in-person and virtual decorum for our people on YouTube. First, the video pitches have a maximum runtime of 4 minutes. Out of consideration for everyone, we ask that you remain as quiet as possible during each video pitch. That said, if you love their pitch, make sure you make a lot of noise afterward during the Q&A, clap your hands, do the applause. As in the morning session, we have our awesome production assistants who, if you are ready to have a question, raise your hand and they'll come bring up the mic to you. And then those of you in the chat online, we have a moderator. If you have questions, make sure you send them to us. Okay, and now, without further ado, let's pitch black. Woo! First up, we have Fatherhood Legacy: The Simulatrix. This open-world gaming experience will be a spin-off from Fatherhood Legacy, a virtual reality game set to be released this year. Let's learn more about the open-world platform.
Hi, I'm Jonathan Williams. I'm the creator and developer of Fatherhood Legacy: The Simulatrix, an open-world expansion of Fatherhood Legacy, which is an immersive narrative that will be released for the MetaQuest 3 later this year. At its heart, this is a story about the distance between us and how we bridge it. We follow Bryson and his father Booker, whose relationship hits a breaking point when Booker bans his son from a major gaming tournament. What follows is a surreal odyssey through the astral plane, the city, and the virtual world known as the Simulatrix. A journey that forces this family to rediscover one another, heal old wounds, and learn how to communicate. To build this world further, I'm introducing Fatherhood Legacy: The Simulatrix, an open-world expansion that reimagines social gaming. 3 unique worlds with the themes of communication, surveillance, and collaborative play. By launching across platforms like Fortnite, Roblox, and Horizon Worlds, I'm prioritizing total accessibility and cross-platform connection, as well as leveraging built-in audiences, monetization, and publishing. In this space, players must collect scripts, the literal and metaphorical foundation of the Simulatrix. To unlock the game's deepest secrets, you can't just play in a vacuum. You have to share these scripts with friends, our community Discord, or the wider internet. My goal is to bring back the nostalgic magic of swapping cheat codes and game secrets on the playground, turning gaming back into a communal language. People often ask me, why this story and why now? There are 2 deeply personal reasons. The first is the recent loss of someone incredibly important to me. His passing made me think deeply about the legacy we leave behind and the stories we pass down. Years ago, he shared a story with me called Mendacity, and I've woven elements of his vision into the fabric of Fatherhood Legacy as a tribute to his influence on my life. The second is a cultural shift I've observed. I see a world where we are increasingly trading ancestral knowledge and lived wisdom for the fast answers of modern technology. I wanted to create a bridge, something that plays in the digital mediums where youth are already spending their time, but uses those spaces to facilitate genuine intergenerational communication. It has taken an immense amount of work, resources, and community support to bring this project to life, and I can't wait to see how it helps players connect across the digital and physical divide. I'm requesting $87,000 to complete the first 2 phases of Fatherhood Legacy: The Simulatrix. These phases will include both Meta Horizons and Fortnite world builds that will expand the story to mobile, console, and desktop platforms. Fortnite and Roblox collectively have 500 million monthly active members, and we will be leveraging their in-game sales and engagement payouts to generate revenue. We will also be offering a curriculum and workshop series in order to package the game with educational initiatives and reach audiences nationally. The first phase, Fortnite, is expected to be completed and released to users by December 2026 for a holiday release, with the second phase, Horizon Worlds, expected to be released in June 2027 along with the PC version of Fatherhood Legacy. I have an all-star team working on Fatherhood Legacy: The Simulatrix. The primary developers will be myself and Kevin, concept art by James Paris and Rosilla, produced by Paris McCoy and Taryn Mansfield, and executive produced by Nani De La Pena. Everybody who's put hands on this project has really helped cultivate it into a major labor of love, and we're excited to see how we can foster intergenerational communication.
Please welcome XR developer and director Jonathan Williams, the creator of Fatherhood Legacy: The Simulatrix. Those of you watching online, if you have questions, be sure to put them in the chat on YouTube while the judges talk with Jonathan. So let's start with LaToya.
Thank you, Jonathan, for your pitch. I really love your project. My first question is, how does community engagement play a role in this project?
Yeah, so community engagement is probably one of the biggest things. Like I said, I talked about the workshop series in the video. I just want people to kind of get involved in intergenerational communication. That's kind of my main theme throughout everything. I think it's the workshops is probably going to be the biggest thing. I just want people to come together, do what they can in order to kind of facilitate intergenerational communication again, get fathers and sons talking, give them some techniques in order to communicate better. Yeah, that's pretty much it.
Damien or Chris?
Can you hear me? So Roblox and Fortnite are obviously really large platforms, and you have a very particular kind of audience. How do you know that they're on those platforms, and how do you expect to kind of attract them specifically to this game in that massive sea?
Okay, so I know that they're on these platforms just because I have family, and the kids love Roblox, they love Fortnite. I've done a little bit of market research, and I've seen, the numbers are extremely high. There's maybe 5 million like monthly users or something like that on both of those platforms. That's why they're kind of like my go-tos. How do I know that people are going to come to this game? How I'm going to drive traffic? That's also going to really be those workshops and that community Discord. I'm just trying to build a lot of community around it. But the workshops are going to be a really big piece of it, so that no matter what, I kind of have a built-in audience.
One thing that I saw was the concepts around scripts. Can you kind of talk a little bit more about that and how that's going to look inside and outside the game?
Yeah, so the scripts, like that little visual that you saw, the spinning scroll kinda, that's gonna be what you collect inside of the game. And so those scripts are supposed to kind of be the foundation across all of the platforms. So if you're playing on Roblox, you're playing on Fortnite, you're playing in Horizon Worlds, you will be collecting those scripts. Those scripts are then what you can bring over to Discord or YouTube or however you want to communicate with your audience, TikTok, and you can share those with each other. So I kind of want that to be the glue between all the platforms. They're also in the original game that's coming out. So the scripts are kind of like the heart of everything.
I have a 13-year-old son who once a month will wake himself up at like 4 o'clock in the morning to do a tournament, so I can identify with the foundation of the game. I'm curious, there's a delineation or differentiation between how parents and kids will engage with this kind of experience. How are you bridging that gap?
So Fortnite is actually a big reason I picked that platform is because of what you just said. I've seen a lot of like my own contemporaries, and I'm like in my 30s, and they will play Fortnite with their parents already. You know what I mean? So I found like that was the best bridge, I guess, platform-wise for parents and for children. But also those workshops. I have a lot of games built in where it's fathers and sons or mothers and daughters, whatever the parent-child dynamic is, like they can play with each other in these spaces. So that's really where the interaction is going to come into play. But
can you explain a little bit more about the workshops?
Yes, I can. So they're going to be legacy workshops. We plan on going to different schools and nonprofits in order to basically foster intergenerational communication, give families techniques in order to communicate with each other. There's also going to be aspects of the game in there where you can play the game with your family. It's going to be like the father or son plays, and the other is kind of guiding them, and then they swap. Another one is going to be like, what do you see for the future? And so they're going to sit down and kind of write out their family plans for the future, where they see their lives going. And the workshops just kind of double down on the intergenerational communication. I'll say that a million times.
One question I have is, you talked about user testing process in your treatment. Can you talk a little bit more about that, and if you tested already on a young audience, and how did that work?
Yeah, so the tests that I've done so far were actually at Meta's here. Actually, wow, it was here in New York for the Meta Horizons program. So that's pretty much where all the testing happened, and it was just like a bunch of other developers. For the game, that went to AWE, and so I kind of got the cosign on the story and the characters, and that went fantastic, honestly. And that's why I felt like I needed to expand this outside of just the headset, because I felt like we were getting like good user and audience feedback, but everyone doesn't have a MetaQuest 3, and it was kind of ridiculous to expect everyone to get one. So where can I meet people and to like share the stories where they already are?
Can you talk a little bit about the monetization process? Like what within the game, how will you like produce revenue through that means?
Yep, so on Fortnite specifically, it is just like amount of time played inside of the game, and that's where a lot of the revenue comes from. But I really want to lean into like the outfits, and you know, you can customize your character and all of that in Fortnite as well as Roblox. I mean, and Horizon Worlds, I guess across all the platforms. We already have a decent amount of designs. It's just really pushing all this stuff out. On top of that, the intergenerational communication workshops will also have like a little bit of a paid element to them, where you can just book us to come out and run these workshops at your school or at a community center or something like that. And we'll do a lot of them just off the love, but there will be that option in order to just keep raising money for the game.
You know, these platforms have a lot of like safety protocols that get broken all the time. And I would imagine for Black communities, you know, there might need to be some additional safety protocols. Have you thought about that? Just sort of creating a container like
that was a good one. I actually have not thought about that. But I would love to follow up with you afterwards after I take some time to, because yeah, I agree. I mean, I pretty much just thought about the youth of it all, you know what I mean, and the protections for youth, because essentially I am asking like youth and adults to come together on this platform. And so it's, yeah, how do you facilitate that the right way?
Audience, do you have any questions? And if you do, we have someone here to bring the mic up. While we gather some questions, I have some for you. Jonathan, you mentioned the VR game, and then you mentioned that the open world is separate. Yep. What percentage of the VR game is finished, and what percentage of the open world do you have done?
Yep, so for the VR game, we're probably sitting like 80-90%. That's pretty much ready to launch. It's just going through like some QA. And then for the simulatrix version of that, which is going to be like the open world that we're trying to pitch right now, that's probably sitting at about 10-15%. We have a working demo for the Horizon Worlds. And then in Fortnite, we just have like a level. You know what I mean? You could go in there, but nothing's really going to happen. But the Fortnite you can play through. You can collect scripts already. And it has a lot of like quizzes and things around intergenerational communication.
And then you're shipping this across VR and mobile and Fortnite and Roblox and Horizon Worlds, and maybe the Steam Deck too. Did I hear that? Steam Deck? That seems like a lot of platforms for one indie developer. Can you talk a little bit about why?
Yeah, and it's, again, the accessibility is the main reason. I am a VR dev first, and so I knew if I wanted to get the story out, I had to kind of start with the platform that I knew, because I could build. And I didn't have to really wait on anybody. What is it? If you want to go fast, go alone. If you want to go far, then go together, something like that. And so I did the thing I could do fast first. As far as like all the other platforms, like the assets are agnostic, and that's why I really love working in like digital spaces, because the same characters that work in the VR version will work in the Fortnite version, will work in the Roblox version, and I can take those assets and pretty much just repurpose them. And maybe I got to tell some different stories and we need some different dialogue, but for the most part, the world is built already, and it's just putting that into different containers.
And then, did we have any questions? All right, I have one more for you. We bonded on this when we had our initial conversation. There used to be something about gaming, let's say 30 years ago. There used to be something about gaming when you would play with other people and you would pass the controller to other people. Is any of that feeling what you want to try to create in this game?
Yeah, in my imagination, everybody is just sitting there on the couch with each other playing controllers. I think that had a little clip in there like that. In 2026, that's not realistic. This was probably the closest I could get because like everybody needs their own PlayStation 5 to play these days. They kind of got a weird monopoly on the market now. But I wanted to at least have something where someone could be playing on PlayStation 5 and two other people could be on their phones and they can still be playing that same game. You know what I mean? That's the closest I feel like we can get in modern society to that co-op gameplay that used to exist. But it is like, there's something about like playing with your friends and you're not in all different houses. And I think it means something. Them late night slumber parties and stuff? I don't know if y'all old, you know what I'm talking about.
Well, unless our judges have any other, yes, please.
Entrepreneurially speaking, like, what's been your biggest learning curve? Like, I understand you understand the creative, but
for sure,
as an entrepreneur, like, what's that experience been?
Managing people. I think that has been the biggest learning curve. I know how to do all the stuff, and maybe I expect that everybody knows how to do all the stuff, but everybody doesn't know how to do all the stuff. And everybody has their strengths and their weaknesses and their communication styles, and for me, that has been the biggest thing to manage. Not the tech side, that's kind of second nature to me at this point, but managing people was a part that was like, okay, you got to figure this out. You got to understand, like, on weekends, this person's pretty much going to be unavailable. On Mondays, this person's going to be angry, and just, learning to manage all the schedules and all the people.
Hi. Hello. Over here.
Good.
Back
Okay.
here.
Yes.
Hi.
Amazing.
Thank you so much, Jonathan, for this presentation. I'm really excited about this work as an auntie to some young Black boys who are not interested in television and TV. Like, everything is gaming. And so I really love that you're meeting young people where they are. I have two questions. So one is, are you partnering with any organizations to help with the workshop? And I think I come from the film language, so impact campaign around it. And then the second question is just, what is your plan for maintaining this over time? I'm sure there's a lot of maintenance that comes along with maintaining a game. You seem like a creative person. How are you, what's your vision for how you're gonna keep it up over time?
Yeah, so for the maintenance, that is kind of why I introduced that script system so that we could constantly be adjusting it as we're getting feedback. It's kind of like the cool thing about these platforms is the way you can publish and you can constantly iterate on things. So as time goes on, if we're finding that, people don't like this game or this script type, we can just change those things. And that's why I really like the Fortnite and I like the Roblox platforms, because we can just constantly change things. Over time, I want to add more things to the game, expand the worlds. Like, I have a lot of stuff built that couldn't even be in the original game because you got like a 2 gigabyte limit. So yeah, it's just gonna be expanding over time, and we have a lot of that material already. I feel like you asked the first question too. Could you say that one more time? I can hear you. Yeah, so the main two right now are going to be Equimundo and Next Gen Min. And those are the two organizations that we started out with. They were super supportive and they gave us a lot of like resources, so we weren't starting at zero, which was extremely helpful. Especially like building our first Horizon world, because we had a lot of like questions and prompts for them around like the communication that we were able to just start out with.
And I think we had one up there. Yeah.
Yeah, I have two questions from the viewers watching live. Jake Sally asks, Fortnite and Roblox are huge platforms with thousands of experiences. How do you plan to compete for discoverability without massive market spending?
And again, that is why I'm doing those workshops, because I do recognize that there are way too many people on these platforms, and you have to have a captive audience some type of way. And that's what I'm hoping to do with the workshops and going to the different schools and things, is to get people kind of in alignment. The Discord will also be very helpful, but I think in order to drive people to the Discord, I need to have, some type of either face-to-face connection with them, just so that they know like what it is and who I am. But yeah, I think the workshops and the marketing is going to be a big piece of that, because yeah, there's a lot of people you're competing with.
And then Stuck on an Eye asks, in terms of gameplay, are there limitations to each of the platforms or differences in what the users can do in Roblox, Fortnite versus the VR game?
Limitations wise, I will say no, not for what I'm doing. I don't think that there anything I can imagine for the most part I can put in the game. And development wise, like, yeah, I got a good partner. There are differences in the platforms though. Like sometimes Roblox is going to be a little bit more exploration and teamwork. Fortnite is going to be a little bit more bang bang. You know what I mean? I'm trying to keep that as reduced as possible. But you are fighting the antagonist of the actual game. And that's just the nature of that platform. And Meta Horizon Worlds is going to be a little bit more like adventure, like Mario. You know what I mean? I'm trying to lean into what each platform does best versus trying to make everything the same. And I want everyone to have a different experience. So if you do become a fan and you do want to go through everything, you're having a different experience at each touch point because there is a greater story to be revealed if you actually play through everything.
And we have one last question. Tell us who you are, please.
Oh, I'm Iola. So my question kind of picks up from what you just said, but it has to do with how does the gameplay work when it comes to the familial aspect? So like father-sons and that versus the open world that you're generally entering into in these games.
Yeah.
And if they're like, I don't know, are they separated or they like integrated together? Yeah.
Always integrated. Every single thing has like elements of that intergenerational communication. That is my core. That is my theme. I want families to be talking. And that's at the end of the day, that's what I want, is for families to start talking. Yeah, that's pretty much it. Yeah. Like what is the interaction? Yeah. And another reason I'm on those platforms is because they're already social. You know what I mean? Those are social platforms. We can talk to people. You're not, in the VR headset, again, that is not two-player. And so it's like, how can people have a discourse? How can a father and son play together? And that is why I'm leveraging those platforms. And the workshops, again, another place where I can just not force it, but I can have fathers and sons. I can provide a space for them to connect and them like work together.
Thank you so much, Jonathan. One more round of applause. So next up we have The Nobody Hole, a fantasy adventure game that will be developed for several platforms. The game builds on the world of a hip-hop opera that Some Patton co-created 20 years ago. Let's go down the Nobody Hole.
The Nobody Hole is a tale about a boy whose heart is broken because his unwell mother destroys his art. In our story, he is pulled into a dark limbo dimension to heal his wounds. That limbo dimension is called the Nobody Hole. There, his objective is to find 5 ancestral gardens and harvest special inks that will fill his pens and create his special tattoos. That is the only way he can escape the nightmarish Nobody Hole and return home. Created by decorated creative director and hip-hop artist Some, our story was released as a 60-minute hip-hop opera in 2006. In the Nobody Hole, all stories are told in song. Our story is now a music-driven narrative adventure game set to release Halloween 2027. A playable demo does exist. We will now give you a living example of the storytelling that drives our game and our truth. As with all things Nobody Hole, our truth is best shared in song.
Between 05 and 2006, I was on the mic, Doug Hoffman was on the sticks. Paintbrushes and Bad Touch was on the mix. My girl and Zinga had moved to LA and recently dipped. Long story, but we came together for an album. Giving them they flowers, I can't be here without them. Now, I can't never really tell you where the song's from, but they tell a story about a boy with his heart torn. He was hurt, he was pulled into a dark world. He had to learn how to heal with his art form. So did I, all I saw was the outcome. Ain't know the Nobody Hole was a long run. I had visions of graphic novels and feature films. Video games too, I'm just keeping it real. We did releases, visuals, and events. But for 20 years, nobody could see the pitch, man.
And so the Nobody Hole tribe spread their wings in the 4 directions as Sun contemplated the story of a boy thrust into another dimension, unaware that 20 years later, our story would spontaneously evolve into a video game. And then there was an unexpected plot twist of fate.
Between 25 and 26, I fell in with GRX, cause I knew immersive art was probably where I'm going next. Learn to build and produce, found a team, we got loose. On a train of thought, our game idea fell off the caboose. Build a game, yeah, we should probably build a game. Just so happens that I got an album with the perfect name. It's a narrative adventure and the music fits the frame. The Nobody Hole is a living thing. They Game revealed itself, we didn't have to wait for answers. The premise, organic, so is all the game mechanics. Your name is Paul in this limbo for the brokenhearted. You're an artist and you have to find the sacred garden. Activate healing with platonic solids. Pins are weapons that can harness the darkness. Now the game is alive, and it wanted you to know that a plan and the fan is in place. It's a go.
The Nobody Hole is a narrative adventure game developed by the Kismet Experience Studio. Players become Pygmy Paul, trapped in a dark place full of his own creations. To escape, he will need to find the 5 gardens and bring them to life. Each garden is its own soul search. His main enemy, Manda, stalks him throughout, appearing when Paul moves into ceremonial spaces. To survive, he will need to find special ink for his pens. Pens are Paul's primary tools for combat, magic, and his various abilities. Original songs drive our story. We have a team of seasoned musicians, art directors, creative technologists, and VFX supervisors that has been bringing our story to life. So that our team can complete the Steam demo build, we are requesting $75,000 in funding to help us sustain our work of developing the core game loop and sharpening game mechanics. To achieve the intended art direction with an immersive and sculpted material feel, we are building out practical physical puppets for our main characters, inspired by games like The Midnight Walk and South of Midnight. We will release the Steam demo as proof of concept ahead of a more fully realized Halloween 2027 release. That will be for PC, PS5, and PSVR 2. The game is part of a larger universe that includes the release of an original soundtrack and a 60-minute animated feature film. We have the talent and infrastructure, we just need to afford them the time. Thank you for yours.
Please welcome Sam Patton, an advertising creative director, to the stage to learn more about his vision for the Nobody Hole adventure game.
Peace. Thank you, Tamika.
Chris, we'll start with you this time. What's your first question for Sam?
I have so many. First of all, good cheat code by recording a whole album to go along with the pitch. I guess for starters, like as an advertiser, right? Like how do you build this as a brand and not just a game? Because I can see like the vinyl toy you were holding and just some other things that can become assets in the brand world. Just walk me through that portion of it.
Good question. Thank you. And hello to all the judges. It is, the Nobody Hole is an ecosystem that consists of the album and the music first. And at the inception of the album, which was here 20 years ago, we always knew that there was potential for merchandising and expansion into film, graphic novels, like I mentioned in the video, merchandising, and other lifestyle aspects. And then the game came last after we actually had thought through all of that, and it fell right into the ecosystem. And so the brand comes from the music, the identity of the characters, my identity as an artist, which is tightly bound to this because I'm a brand too as an artist. And so that's how it will live as a brand, and those channels are there for it to expand that way.
Latoya or Damien?
In your treatment, you talk about Black trauma and mending. So how is that being portrayed in this game?
I'm sorry, I missed the beginning.
You talk about Black trauma and mending in your treatment. Can you talk about how that's being portrayed in this game?
So the story actually is based on a real event that happened in my life. And so addressing the feeling of being an artist and your artistry not being understood because of cultural norms or understanding of the evolution of a young artist, that was a traumatic experience for me. And Paul is sort of an avatar for that trauma. So that's the personal version. There's a wider version, the pattern that I see of young artists, young Black artists, their expression being muted, them having to curb it or curtail it for a wider acceptance. And that is a traumatic experience for the artist who is unable to fully express themselves, especially if that truncation comes at the hands of violence or othering.
So it's clear like the project started more than 20 years ago, and it looked like there was an uptick in the last year. Can you talk a little bit about kind of what the impact of, I think you said GRX Immersive, and being able to have access to those tools, and what is it about like right now that makes it more accessible for you to do this now versus 5 years ago?
So I didn't plan on the game happening when I was invited to be part of the GRX cohort. I literally just went in because I was kind of getting, as a professional, I was getting pigeonholed into AI expert as a creative director, and I wanted to expand my skill set a bit. So I needed to learn AR, VR, XR, MR, just as a professional, as a creative professional. And then in that whole process, somebody on my team was like, yo, we saw that Nobody Hole thing you've been working on for the last 20 years. Like, maybe we should turn that into a game. And that just, I knew that the opportunity was there a long time ago to turn this into a game. But once it presented itself, then it just blew my mind open to the possibilities. And so it just gave me a chance for the Nobody Hole to live, and to be all the things that it could be, because as a full artistic expression, I always knew that it could live in different lanes. And so for it to appear now and have an opportunity for it to be developed as a game opened my mind to, as an artist, what I could do with XR and with these immersive technologies. And so I'm just kind of following the lead of the art. And so it's showing me where to go.
A little bit just about the title. I know, like, when I hear the Nobody Hole, it sounds like a world already. Can you talk a little bit about where it comes from for this project?
Well, like all things with the Nobody Hole, the name just kind of, it happened. I didn't calculate the play on words. The first thing that came to me was, okay, I'm going to call this story the Nobody Hole. And then I realized, as I told the story, that this was a story about broken beings, trying to become whole again, because no one is whole and everyone is trying to become whole. And so that just happened, similar to the game itself. It just kind of happened.
We're going to go to the audience, but judges, did you have any more questions? Yeah.
Because this project is like really based on your brand, how would you market it to someone who don't know anything about the project or is being introduced to it for like the first time, like myself?
Yeah, the art can stand on its own. You don't have to know anything about me to understand the Nobody Hole, the story, the characters, the stories being told through the songs, the stories being told through the adventure. It stands on its own. Now, if you dive into the Nobody Hole, you'll learn that it has layers, and one of those layers is me. And so that's just more reward for diving into the Nobody Hole. Oh, there's a musician behind it, and he can do these things, and that gives it more cachet for the people who are already following me on my journey. But for those who don't know, you don't have to appreciate the art.
Chris?
So with your budget, were you to get funding partially or in full, what's the most important first next step you need to take? And or where does AI come into place in the
Yeah. Art direction. Because we want this to have, what you see in the demo and in the pitch here is nowhere near what the fully realized version of the art direction is. That's very important to me, that it has a unique feel, that it has an immersive, when I say immersive, I mean something that you feel like you can reach out and touch, sculpted, handmade, stop motion, puppetry, puppet arts. I was actually in a puppetry arts cohort at the same time as the GRX cohort. So I was learning the puppetry arts at the same time as the game development. And so the art direction is a big thing. So we want more puppet fabrication. We are building elements of the environment to make those 3D and handcrafted, hand sculpted. And where AI comes into play is we do previs with artificial intelligence. And then we can do some texture mapping with what we previs in the generations. And so, but none of the final assets are AI generated. We just use AI to kind of facilitate and speed up the process, the ideation process.
Any questions from the audience? Yeah, okay, looks like we do have one. I'm gonna start first though. You built worlds for brands and clients for years. big creative things for big brands with big budgets. What does it feel like to finally build a world for yourself and others, but for yourself in this medium?
It's crazy. It's crazy because I know what I can do. I've always known what I'm capable of, and agencies and clients that I work for are fully aware of that. And I've built worlds for myself on a smaller scale. But now that I'm in this new space, it validates for me that my vision and my intuition are on point because I saw this 20 years ago. And so I can trust in my instincts a bit more now. The validation is totally affirming.
Oh, hi, I'm international Afrobeat artist OG Picasso. I just want to say I actually love the idea of the project. It kind of gives me the vibe of like Into the Spider-Verse mixed with like the dark hopelessness of like Caroline, you know? I was gonna ask about like how you plan to organize, like you're gonna put like a 60-minute movie along with the game. Which is gonna come first, the game or the movie, and how do you plan to like organize that? I see this going like really far.
Thank you. The music will come first. The music is the bedrock of the Nobody Hole. And so what we call the album internally is the soundtrack, externally, publicly. And so the music will come first. We'll probably start releasing music way ahead of any game release, just to kind of start a little soft marketing and kind of do some field testing and get some feedback from the community and from the audience about what's resonating with them just on a sonic level. So music first.
But what about like the movie? I thought you like so the music will come first, then the game, then the movie.
Ideally, yes, but again, the Nobody Hole kind of controls its own destiny. So we're planning for. Is my mic working?
Yeah.
Yes.
We're planning music first, and then game. Film, we don't have a plan for. Like we're kind of in production for it, but the game kind of surfaced as the priority now. And so we can only kind of prognosticate about when the film might happen, but it would certainly come after the game.
We have another question? Yeah.
Yeah, hi, I'm Wes Kilgore, digital platform manager for WDETA in DC. So I wasn't aware of the double meaning of hole and the nobody hole until you explained it. And you can't pitch to every player. It just seems like is that whole double entendre, nobody hole, I think that's brilliant. But it was totally lost to me. Is that going to become evident as you play the game, the double meaning?
It may. There'll be lots of Easter eggs there for whoever is tapped in, whatever way they're tapped in. So, even to those, because the album's already been released. So we've had 20 years of people having light bulb moments 5 years after they listen to the album. Like, wait, hold up. Nobody hole, bruh. But we don't lead with that. We don't lead with our layers or our entendres or our nuance. We just put the art out and let people engage with it.
So that's a perfect segue into my other question for you. We talked about this on our prep call, but there are so many layers to this. Can you talk a little bit about some of the layers that the players actually going to experience in the world?
There's the layer of the story itself. There's the layer of the music and the storytelling that happens in the music. There's the layer of the art, because the Nobody Hole has always been a visual art piece. There's from its inception, there were visual artists there. We lived in a house in Brooklyn. There was a painter, a musician, and a rapper, and a very large wildcat. And we were like, and it was paintings everywhere. And we were like, yo, what if we made an album inspired by these paintings, So visual art was very much the inception of the Nobody Hole. So that layer, will be there for it. So the storytelling, the music, the visual art, and then the gameplay itself, just to name a few off the top of my head.
Any other questions from the audience? Oh yeah, we have a couple up. Oh, from online.
Yes. YB Kemp asks, what age group is this aimed toward?
All ages, but we are aiming at communities more so than ages. Communities of particular types of gamers, communities of particular types of art consumers and appreciationists trademark. So it's I come from a marketing background, so I've been trained to think in terms of siloed demographics, and I try to disrupt that in my own work because that's kind of not how things flow naturally. So in terms of who it's aimed at, independent gamers, and those with appreciation for that, people who appreciated games like South of Midnight and Midnight Walk, people who appreciate new expressions of hip hop media storytelling and griot traditions. And so those communities, span across age groups and specific, marketing silos.
And I think we had one more question. I don't know if our person with the can you? Oh, the mic's coming. Awesome.
Hey Sam, I'm Mark Downey, a film TV producer and Afrobeats manager. Question, so you mentioned film, and one of the things that strikes me about your work is that it seems maybe it could be really well suited as an animated TV series. Have you weighed sort of film versus series?
All of that, man. So there's a piece in the pitch where I was like, man, I was trying everything and nobody was getting with it, In there, we thought series, we thought film, we thought graphic novel, we thought theatrical production. We actually did a screening of an animatic down here at Tribeca Grand in 2007 of, sketches that our original visual artist had put together to match the album, in hopes that, we could get across the idea of a 60-minute, feature film. So yes, a Nobody Holds series is definitely, everything is on the table, and everything has been thought through. We've had lots of time.
Not the money. That's why we're here.
That's why we're here.
Thank you so
The
much,
money
Sam.
comes, we have the ideas. Thank you for your love and your patience.
Thank you so much, Sam. Thank you, everyone. Next up, we have Dream Lab, a physical exhibition that juxtaposes real-world dream and sleep-related objects alongside imaginary dream and sleep technologies created by the artist. Let's head into the Dream Lab.
Everyone thinks the next frontier of technology is artificial intelligence. It isn't. It's our dreams. I'm Mia Mani, an artist and researcher working at the intersection of science, spirituality, and emerging technology. I'm building Dream Lab, an immersive installation exploring the future of Black sleep. As we speak, capitalism is entering the last unexplored frontier, our dreams. Corporations are already experimenting with ways to influence them. A 2021 Coors Super Bowl ad used dream tech to shape viewers' dreams. After that ad, 77% of companies reported that they plan to experiment with dream advertising. For years, films like Inception and Paprika imagined technologies that could enter and influence dreams. What once felt speculative is now becoming real. So the question is no longer if dream technology will shape the future of sleep. The question is who will shape it. From the plantation to the bedroom, the struggle for freedom has always followed us into the night. Dream Lab is my answer. This work is a love letter to my mother and my brother, whose dreams were deferred far too soon. Dream Lab unfolds across 3 spaces. The archive displays examples of dream traditions from across the African diaspora. The showroom features the Dream Objects series, speculative sleep technologies inspired by neuroscience and ancestral design traditions, including Congolese and South African headrests. The incubator is a participatory space where visitors submit dreams for interpretation from our Dream Doula, an AI system grounded in Black sleep traditions. At the heart of the installation is Maroon Noise, a science-informed soundscape inspired by deep sleep frequencies and the legacy of Maroon communities who built freedom beyond the plantation. DreamLab doesn't just imagine dream technology, it uses it to generate the exhibition itself. This dream technology is for us, by us, and ancestrally powered. DreamLab is supported by collaborators across science, interactive technology, and spatial design. We're ready to bring DreamLab to life through a 9-month process, from dream incubation and prototype development to fabrication and the public launch of the installation. We are seeking $50,000 in support from Black Public Media. This first DreamLab installation establishes the foundation for a larger archive and research platform for Black dreams. Dream technology is emerging, whether we have a seat at the table or not. DreamLab explores what happens when dreaming becomes a technology of liberation. When you support DreamLab, you're not just funding an installation, you're investing in a blueprint for how emergent technology can see, serve, and protect Black life and minds. Thank you so much for your time, and sweet dreams.
Please welcome artist and researcher Mia Amani to the stage to discuss her sci-fi installation, DreamLab.
Hi.
Judges, who would like, Damien, do you want to start?
Yes. My first question is, where exactly, if you were able to get these DreamLab installations, where would they live? Where's the first place would you?
Like the first installation space? We already got one.
Okay,
So it's Fulcrum Arts, which is an art and science technology space in Pasadena, which is really important to me because I'm deeply inspired by Octavia Butler, who's from Pasadena. So speculative writing, science fiction writing isn't something that's just distant or in the past. We know she said, "Make America Great Again," way back in the day. And so this piece is kind of a love letter to that space, and we'll be partnering with Fulcrum Arts to bring it to its first iteration.
And do you envision it being installed in institutions like that in different places, or do you see any kind of flexibility on where it could actually be?
So there's different flexibilities. You'll see in the video that the actual space, the spatial design is pneumatic spaces. So it's basically similar to the technology of a bouncy castle. It's air. So it could be outside, it could be in community spaces. The maroon noise is something where it could just be a sound installation in a black box theater like we're in right now. So it was meant to be built in a modular sense so that it can interface wherever it needs to, because I don't believe you should build things to reinforce in a space. The space also needs to be a collaborator with you in making the work.
What are your goals for the viewers that interact with this project, and what do you want them to take away?
Thank you for your question. The goal is truly to be inspired and to feel the awe of our dreams. We spent a third of our night asleep, or not even a night, a third of our whole life asleep. And we don't even know why. There's neuroscientists that are trying to figure it out. There's our ancestral traditions that say dreams and life invite us to get deeper into who and what we are as an African diaspora. And I want each person to leave my exhibition saying, I want to dream tonight. Even if you just remember an inkling of it, because it's a human experience that extends across all cultures, across all religious texts, and even beyond humans. Animals dream too. So for people just to be excited and feel curious.
I'm gonna go. I got a question. No, what statistics do you have around like Black people and sleep and mental health, and then how does this play a role in the healing process, other than the awe portion of it?
No, absolutely. So outside of this work, I'm actually working with Dr. Gina Poe, who is the director of the Brain Research Institute at UCLA. She's been studying Black sleep for 30 years. I call her like the grandma of Black sleep, especially at a time where science, as we know, and the arts are being attacked by this administration. And so technically, Black people get 20% less restorative sleep. That's deep sleep. It's a sleep that actually allows us to self-regulate. When you think of things like diabetes, it's our ability to regulate our sugar. when you do not get into deep sleep, it leaves you more open to hypertension, diabetes, and cancer. And Black women statistically get the least amount of sleep. When it comes to children, Black children are 2.6 times more likely to inherit insomnia that will continue into adulthood. So the whole installation is the artistic avenue into this, but in my actual work on beyond that, I'm creating one of the first citywide sleep and dream censuses for the city of Los Angeles that we hope to bring across different cities. So it's educational, it's also immersive. It's like watching a movie where you say, oh, I want to be a part of that world. I think immersive installations can allow us and invite us to be educated, but to also experience a future that we actually could see, closer, hopefully, than not.
Talk more about the fabrication of this exhibit space and how that would work, the prototype testing phase, like go into more detail about that.
Absolutely. So research and development is a big part of this, and I have an amazing team, including my partner, who is a spatial designer that's behind you. And so basically, we have the mnemonic spaces, which will be a part of it. So really figuring out the air pressure we need to use, the materiality. When it comes down to the AI, we're actually working with Milo, who has built AI systems for film and other media. And so I've already, over the course of 10 years, been developing all of these research materials that we can use to train the AI. And in terms of like the actual headrest, bless you, and the speculative dream tech, it's something I've been doodling about for years. So like I want to make a do-rag dream technology where you can just go to sleep, your hair is set, but your dreams are also recorded. So a lot of this is not even just speculating on dream technology. I've met developers, and the open source tech that exists, I'll be building it as part of this process. So being able to incubate my own dreams and decide what new technologies could come.
As an archivist, I like the idea of the, people contributing and having a space where the research of dreams is kind of has its own space. One thing that you talked about was the ancestral sleep traditions, and when I think about that, I'm thinking about intentional ways people sleep. Is it that, or is it also just kind of the resulting of communities and how they kind of dealt with sleep?
It's all that and beyond. So the modern pillow that we sleep with today is not the pillow we've always used. If you look at those Congolese and South African headrests, those are across the diaspora, and not just the African, also the Asian diaspora. So a lot of it is recentering how we think of the architecture of sleep by bringing back some of these artifacts. And the Fowler Museum, whom I'm meeting with in May, actually holds the biggest inventory of all these neck and headrests. So hopefully I'll be able to actually use them, or at least scan them and 3D print them to be part of this installation. Another thing, since we're in Harlem, during the Harlem Renaissance, there were Black dream books that people would actually use to look at numerology and play numbers. So Rick James, if anyone knows Rick James here, his mother was an avid numbers player, and she was actually able to take care of all 6 of his brothers and sisters by playing numbers that she got in dreams. So it's not just something that we talk about over here. Like, you all have that one auntie that's like, pay attention to your dreams, or you might have someone in your family who's always kept a dream journal. This is just about bringing that back up to the surface so we can all engage with this and create new traditions.
Is there any, you talk about being able to look at different dream headrests and wraps and things like that. Is there research specifically around, people reusing these concepts and seeing how they impact people?
Not yet. That's what I hope to do here. Like, part of this is built because, as you can see, I'm an Afro-having person and I wear glasses, which means a lot of technology is hard for me to interface with. VR glasses, it's a no for me. And when you're doing EEGs, which are basically the nodes that they use to read your brain waves, if you have a wig on, if you have dreads, if you have certain hairstyles, it's unable for them to get a full reading. So part of this will be working with neuroscientists to both speculate it for this installation, but it could also break some new ways of them even thinking about engaging with Black sleep research, which I think would be really helpful.
Do you want these to be permanent installations? Are they pop-up installations? And like, geographically, where do you want to go?
So I wanted to travel. Everybody dreams. So I don't want to be greedy and keep it all in Los Angeles where we live. But I am open to the different types of installations and institutions. Art and science institutions typically are easier to interface with. But for me, I'm also interested in working with community organizations. Like I said, this work isn't just my artistic love language. It's deeply embedded in doing this scientific research and translating it to community. So it can go as wide as we all dream, which is across the globe.
Over to our audience. Any questions? Yes, we have a lot. Mia, I have a question for you first. So what invited you to dreaming specifically as the work? I mean, of all things to devote 10 years to.
Yeah, why this?
Why dreams?
Part of it is because I come from a family that would talk about dreams. And I didn't understand how weird that was until I started elementary school and no one wanted to talk about them. I always had very prophetic dreams. I always wrote them down. And when I started to study kind of the psychology of dreams, I didn't see anyone who looked like me in the textbooks or in any of the research I did. I'm sure you know Freud or Jung, but two old white European guys, I doubt they can tell me about my Black queer dreams and what they mean. And so I really wanted to understand different cultures of dreaming, Aboriginal dream time, Buddhist lucid dream yoga. Like, there's so many ways to go about it. And since we spend a third of our life there, I would like to understand why and hopefully contribute.
First question.
I have a question.
Hey.
So, hi. I saw in your presentation a part of your team is the brilliant Adam Horowitz, I believe.
Dr. Adam Horowitz.
Doctor, yes, from the MIT Media Lab.
Yeah.
I had the pleasure of attending his dinner at TED that was about the sleeping brain at work, where he discussed one of the case studies you shared about the beer being used in dream ads and how he was initially offered that contract and denied it, said no, and then they went to the next person and did it. And so you grounded your argument in the realm of dreams being used for capitalism. And so given this trajectory, what are you proposing in your studies, research, and exhibitions about how we can reclaim this area of dreams, not just to protect and defend ourselves against capitalist dream exploitation, but also to use it for our own dream liberation?
No, thank you so much for the question, and so good to see you. A couple things. So when I saw that ad, it immediately made me think about the ethics of any emergent technology, right? If you look at history, every new technology that is developed oftentimes surveils Black life or extracts from it. And our dream space, our subconscious, is the one place that they haven't reached yet, right? Like, that's why I call the subconscious the last colonial frontier. And the minute they get that, they have us all. And so for me, I feel like dreaming is a free technology. We all have access to it. It is deeply spiritual, it's deeply private. And so what does it look like when dream technology is actually liberatory and can be expansive? Because there's been tons of research about PTSD and the use of lucidity, meaning you are cognizant or aware that you're dreaming, and the ways that they're able to reframe or change nightmares to have better engagement with their sleeping lives that directly impacts their waking lives and how they view themselves. Also, from a neuroscience standpoint, dreaming is so important because it actually gives our brain a shower. So if you're not able to get into that space, it's almost like you have outmoded versions of yourself that you carry into the next day. So yeah, at its core, it's meant to not just give us a seat at the table, but say, if we design this technology, what values will be embedded into it?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Slay. I have a question. I have the mic.
Yes.
So, first of all, I'm so excited about this project. Dream is my love language, and I'm so appreciative of what you're doing.
Thank you so much.
And my question actually is, it was kind of similar to what she was just asking, but I am wondering how you are managing the data that is being collected, because I'm very concerned about the ethics of data collection, and especially to what you just said, how we are extracted. And they are already taking, if you're engaging with AI, they're already tapping into your subconscious. So yes, so that's my question. How are you managing the data? Where is it collected? How is it dispersed? Are you letting go of it? How are you managing it?
So thank you so much for your question. Love to meet an avid lover of dreamers. Part of the creation of especially the dream doula and the AI elements is that we want to make sure that it is trained on existing systems that everyone has access to. So it won't be extractive in that sense. When people come to do their dream reports, all of that will be looking at keywords. So it's not like it's going to say, if you log in, it's not going to say, well, user 8 dreamt about this, and these are the outputs. Everything's going to be scrambled. So it won't be that if, let's say, the government wanted to see what everyone was dreaming about, they would be able to directly access it. It actually ends up in the algorithm, so we wouldn't have to worry about that. And a lot of it will also be taught on my own dreams, which they can have those.
I have a question. I'm Nina Shelton with PBS, and I'm also a lover of dreams. I dream every night and vividly remember my dreams every night, and so have gone to a lot of experts and done studies on them, but I'm not quite sure I'm understanding what people are taking away when they go to a lab. So can you give us just some examples and scenarios of people who would go and what their takeaway would be?
Absolutely. So the Dream Lab is an immersive installation. It's not a functioning real sleep lab, but I wanted to use that language to think about if we lived in a future where there were tons of these labs that would help us explore our dreams as Black people. So that's kind of at its core. Part of it in the archive is that you'll be able to see precedent research that already exists about Black dream and non-Western dream traditions, including open source dream tech that you could actually build yourself. So you could learn how to build some of these technologies, learn how to use them. And the incubator, which is the space that is more participatory and interactive, that's when you'll be able to engage with the dream doula, which is an AI model trained on Black dream and non-Western dream traditions, and input an area of a dream. So if you dreamt about tulips last night and you want to understand what tulips mean in this tradition, you'd be able to learn about that. And in the unconscious stream, which is the kind of communal space that people can enter, you'll see visualizations of these dreams that are kind of meant to mirror, like in the same way that cinema is very dreamlike, this space will use AI to realize some of our dream ideas and concepts. Mm-hmm.
For those who aren't familiar with the beer connection,
Yeah.
not at all, what was the goal of that? What were they trying to accomplish with dreams?
So basically, they were saying that you can advertise in people's dreams. So they can incubate an idea in your dreams. And 77% of advertisers are already buying in to do that. In the same way as like if we sign up for an app and you consent and you don't know that they're selling your data, it is going to be a similar thing where either brands will partner with technologies that already interface with us to subliminally send messages. My biggest issue is what does that mean when it comes to political stances or people trying to drive certain policies, right? So that could be the next future of that.
And we have one last question up front.
Hi.
Hi.
Dream.
Tell us who you are, please.
Tio Louis from Prime Latino Media.
Pleasure.
So, to us in the Spanish-speaking islands of the Caribbean, this is definitely a given. Dreams are very strong, interpretive, prophetic, and it's Afro-Caribbean where it comes from. My question to you, knowing that it's got to start off in research labs like the one in Pasadena and so on, how long or how soon do you see it getting into the bedrooms for mass production?
Are you talking about the tech that already exists? Or
For us to be able to enhance our dreams, when will it become available? How
For
far down that
everybody.
line do you see it available for home usage?
Well, technically, you could use it now. So all the open source technology that exists, you and I can build it today. And in terms of the ways that our inherent technologies already work, I could teach you how to lucid dream. This is not something we physically need technology to do. It just makes it easier. In terms of you're talking about the market, I don't see it happening in every home, probably for at least a decade.
That's what I feared.
Yeah,
Well,
but in terms of the military or in terms of advertising, that could probably be a bit quicker, yeah.
Right.
Thank you, Mia. This has been
Thank you so
fabulous.
much.
So we are halfway through our lineup. Let's take a quick 5-minute break before we hear the last two pitches.
Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. We will be starting shortly.
Welcome back, everyone. Please have a seat. And we're going to continue. Maybe if people sit down, perhaps, then we'll continue. Might be a thing. Okay, everyone, welcome back. Let's do a round of applause. Oh, now I lost my notes. That's great. Woo! Okay, sorry. So, next up, we have an experimental game called Omnivore's Rule, where a robot encounters many forms of life as it investigates a planet for its human makers. Let's dive into Omnivore's Rule.
Have you ever felt like the world around you is alive in ways you can't see? The pulse of roots in the soil, beneath the floor, beneath your feet, the pieces we call nature. What if they're more conscious than we know? This is a question I'm exploring in Omnivore's Rule, an open-world mystery game about a robot exploring a new planet and wrestling with its own humanity. I'm looking for funding for the production and post-production of my indie game. This includes funding for soundtrack, festivals, and marketing for a Steam launch in late 2027. This game is non-linear. It's a mystery-driven adventure where you'll navigate alien ecosystems, solve puzzles with sound, and question how we communicate. You're a scout, sent to fix a world that defies standard definitions of intelligence. However, through gameplay, your original values of domination and control transform into curiosity and respect. To progress, you must experiment with your voice to build relationships with wildlife, solving the planet's mysteries as your own. You're a third culture kid of sorts. With human values but robot sensibilities, how do you create a home in yet a third space that coexists with indigenous life? This question is personal to me as part of the Guyanese diaspora. I'm Connor, and I'm a game developer with a mixed cultural background and mixed research experience. I often consider how culture informs communication and how it might transcend language. As a writer, programmer, and technical artist, I've spent the last 4 years asking, how do we hold empathy for the non-human? What makes Omnivore's Rule different is its unique visual style, commitment to nonverbal storytelling. Inspired by the surreal spectacle of Scavenger's Reign, every organism is designed with biological logic that feels complex, yet mechanically coherent. A non-linear narrative structure cultivates a sense of mystery that unravels only when the player is ready, placing value in elements that don't look or act human, and with a splash of cosmic horror. I'm developing an Unreal Engine and planning to launch on PC first, with console ports to follow, at an indie price point of $24.99. I've completed alpha builds and already tested at local and virtual events, where I've learned players are yearning for handcrafted experiences, a feeling of discovery, and a connection with their natural world. Currently, I'm the solo developer, and this $70K budget allows me to bring in a professional sound team, marketing specialists, and critical visibility at festivals. More specifically, 20 to 25 tracks and sound design that make this minimalistic world come to life non-verbally. A marketing campaign that includes a real-world puzzle for hype, submission fees and festival costs, as well as final polish to ensure the experience is as smooth as it is thought-provoking. Delivering a fully playable 4 to 15 hour, deeply emotional experience on Steam for late 2027-28. In the beginning, I suggested that maybe life exists in more places than you expect, and ways we overlook. Omnivore's Rule provides an answer. It's a game that teaches us to engage with the non-human through spectacle, mystery, and action. Ultimately asking, how can we be better listeners by learning from our ancestors and practice new communication? Thank you.
Welcome, Connor. Please welcome Connor Wall to the stage to tell us a little bit more about Omnivore's Rule. Damien, why don't we start with you?
Sure. One of the parts that stood out is there's a moment in the exploration where the explorer goes from, I guess, develops more respect for the space and what they're seeing. Can you tell us, one, how they come to that, and why is that important to have in this experience?
Yeah, thank you for that question. So the idea with this game is to introduce the player in an environment that's maybe more familiar to them, in the form of maybe colonial exploration type game. So you're on this planet and you have this violent ability basically to shout and destroy. And then it's through that moment of discovery, and that happens on the player's terms when they're ready, that shifts their perspective. So the goal there is to have that intimate moment where the player's actions change and in an organic way, so they have that moment of discovery on themselves. So in that example, the player, through a more respectful or more kind of a generative mindset, so like bringing in nature, that's where the reward is in the game. It creates that spectacle, those explosions, and that's where the reward happens.
So is it more about the artistry, or is there like a story arc within the game? Like, is there a series of missions that lead up to a specific outcome, or is it just kind of like the artistry of the experience?
It's both for sure. So on one hand, it's art. It's coming from my soul, and there are a lot of surreal moments of spectacle and that are cinematic to some degree, like Scavenger's Reign. But those come as rewards in this story. So the story is you're an android, you're on this planet, discovering the remains of previous robots and ancestors, some humans, and then by solving that mystery, you're understanding why you're here, why you're alive, why you have this power, and ultimately have to make a choice by the end of the game of sacrificing yourself or sacrificing some of the technology that's there.
Because like in Scavenger's Reign, right, there's a lot of threats, in the environment. So that's what I was getting at. Like, where's the jeopardy in the experience? And maybe don't have an example of it, but that was my curiosity.
Okay, yeah. So there's definitely jeopardy there. So they're predators, things that might seem friendly, things that might seem that are predators. So there's definitely danger there. It turns you off, like drains your power, stuff like that.
Can you talk more about the sound design that's needed? What will it sound like? What's the inspiration? Where is that coming from?
Yeah, so I have a short list of collaborators I've been working with on smaller projects over the past 2 years. And a big part of this was I'd like to root this in natural sounds and in percussion. So I've been working with Potawatomi and Arawak sound designers on some other projects. So I really want the feeling to feel alien and with percussive sound, but also feel rooted in culture and have kind of a call and response with you and the environment. So it's both minimal, but also has texture.
And then also, can you talk about the marketing process for this? Because that's like the next big component outside of sound design is marketing. What does that look like?
Yeah, so I can start with two things. So on one hand, a great inspiration for me are some comparable games like Animal Well and Tunic, which have a mixture of a traditional marketing campaign, but also an ARG, so kind of like a real world puzzle that is kind of teased out and as mystery in the community. So my goal there is to really build community through introducing that. And the second piece is following a more traditional marketing route by partnering with, by thinking of potentially partnering with some publishers, but also really launching a lot of drafts. I've been working on YouTube and on TikTok. So we might talk about this later, but also I'm a community organizer locally, and so the next step for me is to bring these ideas to social media on a more global level and reach gamers that way.
Any more questions, judges?
Well, you mentioned festivals as well, and then there's festivals and there's trade shows. So you like E3, PAX, those kinds of things, versus like a Coachella, or you know what I mean, something that's a little bit more. I just wanted to understand the delineation between those two.
The way I describe it are basically maybe in the similar way. So game festivals where it's about showcasing games to the audience, particularly people who enjoy indie games, other developers, and really get the exposure out for this game as a more experimental and really grounded in emotion type of game.
One of the things that I think kind of nonverbal storytelling is a bold choice. Can you talk about like are there a lot of examples of kind of like more soundscape versions of games that people are actually engaging in, and how do you think that impacts the gameplay?
Yeah, it's a great question. It's something I've iterated a lot on through testing in person, because I think it's something that can really feel boring, to be honest. But I think some great examples are Journey, Abzu. These are very spectacular visual first games that create a lot of emotion universally. I also think games like Stray that have non-human characters create emotion in that way. So the game is non-verbal, and so theoretically it might distance the player in certain ways, but I also think it universalizes language in ways that make the alien feel more like, or the alien wildlife feel more like Earth life, or really kind of make the cosmic horror piece more approachable. There's one more thing I was thinking of, but also there is minimal dialogue in the game, so there is like to cushion the player into that experience. So I guess as the first interaction, you're talking with some characters.
I have some questions. I'm sure the audience has some questions. Judges, any more? Or maybe they'll come up in a minute. Okay, Connor, do you have a demo of this experience?
Yes. So this is a vertical slice. Actually, I first made this in around 2024 for a game jam. A friend of mine made for about climate futures, and I was really excited. So after that, I'd been iterating on that for about a year or so, and now it's been almost 2 years. I have vertical slice still, and been really building out the golden path, so to speak. So the perfect path that has all the puzzles and integration in that, and refining that. So both a vertical slice and a working demo.
And you're solo on this, but you started alluding to this, you've spent time kind of building communities and working on things with other people together. Do you want to talk a little bit about that?
So a huge goal in my life has been to create community that imagines futures in healthier ways. So before getting into games, I was really committing my life to public health. And so through that transition and working in creative roles, technical roles, marketing roles, I've learned how to build community, and that translates now into working in Boston in various game development and tech groups that really imagine regenerative futures and also create spaces for emerging tech to collaborate and showcase, as well as really relying on mentors and the community there to really have a team that's really a team of community and co-creators that aren't necessarily developers, but also really pivotal in this creation process.
Any questions from the audience? Chris?
What's your knowledge of ecology, and how much does that play into the game? For the user to develop this sense of empathy for all things living, what is your personal understanding of ecology and ecosystems and mycelial networks and all that stuff?
Yeah, so I'd say on two levels. One, I used to work with Mass Audubon as environmental educator, so working with bird calls and foraging there. After that, my knowledge has come a lot from participating in a lot of talks and workshops locally in in the area, like with SwissNext and MIT Media Lab, about what dreaming could look like, but also what the light cycles can do to behavior, for example, and how fungus, for example, it is electric, and a lot of kind of emerging concepts like that. So a lot of that research has influenced this game. And as a side note, this game originally was kind of a research, first originated as a research into what can a common language look like between all organisms, and does that exist, using kind of like the seeking method in, I think, coded in some autism studies. But yeah, it kind of simplified into like this more approachable way of communicating. But there's definitely that science component.
Connor, that got them. You noticed they all wrote that down, right? Like that was a whole thing. I just wanted to check. Does our online audience have any questions? Or it does look like some. Yeah, it looks like we have one question in the audience. And judges, was there another question that came up? No. We'll go to our audience member. You alluded to this a little bit, but this is an artsy game, and so is this art for you, or is this a commercial piece for you? Like there are games like Journey, there's companies like Don't Nod, right? Like you did mention Journey, which people would probably say it's an art game, but it had commercial success. Do you feel like this is art, is this commerce, or can it kind of straddle both?
Yeah, so primarily this is an art game because it's a story and it's a visual first game coming from my soul, but I think ideally it's also a commercial game. There is a huge need for deep puzzle games, and games like Myst, Outer Wilds, and more recently Animal World. There's this deep kind of unsolvable mystery, and this game adds to that, but also adds, I think Omnivore's rule adds culture, adds biology to that, and a living system to those puzzles that I don't think we see enough in these static environments.
To our audience.
Hey, so
Can
my
you tell us
question.
who you are?
Mayola again. So my question has to do with the gameplay. The game kind of reminds me of this developer named Ian Chang, and he makes these sort of self-regulating games where the gamer kind of watches these simulations and they're kind of doing the thing, and it's kind of like an experiment, so to speak. And your game kind of struck a thought in my head about how you're approaching the storytelling of the game. So in order to create the empathy that you're seeking to get, and my question is it around creating a allegorical story that someone will follow along and sort of grow to become empathetic, or is it a game where you're trying to replicate like real natures in your game, which is like which will include all the other nasty stuff about nature, right? Like the fact that like there's prey and all of that, So I'm just curious how you sort of engage that process about like the sort of non-playable characters of your game.
So your question is about how am I building empathy through the story, and maybe
and how the sort of like non-playable characters feed into that empathy.
Okay, yeah, that's a great question. So a lot of the story is consumed through text and experience. So by taking a lot of inspiration from Outer Wilds, for example, there's the story really only emerges when you're ready. So the mechanic, everything is accessible from you from the start, but it's through that knowledge and knowing how to what your ancestors did wrong or what they did right, and seeing their remains, for example, or maybe their low functioning or like their minimal power supply, seeing how they're how they're living now, and learning from that implicitly and applying that to the game itself to solve the final mystery, so to speak. So it's through a process of interacting with these NPCs that had a very specific challenge mechanic that solves a mechanic challenge, and you learn that mechanic and learn how to use it in a deeper level.
Okay, thank you so much, Connor. I feel like we got a cozy game about interacting with your environment. Thank you so much. And last but not least, we have Squid, which is a side-scroller game about an all-female biker gang fighting rival gangs in Y2K Japan. Let's check out Squid.
Fight through city streets, meet unforgettable characters, and race to save delivery orders stolen by rival gangs. All in our game, Squidpunk. Hello, I'm Naomi Yuri, the art director and creator of Squidpunk. Squidpunk is a side-scrolling beat-em-up where an all-girl biker gang throws punches and delivers lunches at a breakneck speed. When Umi's sleepy life gets smashed in, she trades her apron for adrenaline. To save her family's restaurant, she's joining her best friend's all-girl street gang, turning these rebel riders into high-speed food couriers. When I started developing Squidpunk, I was inspired by the art and games from my childhood, such as Jet Set Radio, Fooly Cooly, and Street Fighter. As I was designing Umi's character, I thought about what she should represent within Squidpunk's story, which is my own journey with perfectionism and the constant pressure of being successful. Umi starts as a character who feels stuck in her life and develops into someone who gets a second chance to create her own success by helping her family's restaurant. In each stage, players will be fighting different rival gangs that represent various alternative subcultures like Gyaru, Morike, and J-Rock. Squidpunk is a female and BIPOC-focused story in a genre that usually lacks these types of characters. Squidpunk is meant for players who love girly pop games and love stories about a group of friends fighting against the world. In our current prototype, we currently have 2 playable characters, Umi and Nanako. We hope to expand to the 5 main characters with future iterations of our build. Umi is the newest member of Squidpunk. She has no experience in the biker gang lifestyle and is totally out of her element. However, she learns to grow into her own independent self thanks to her newfound sisterhood. Nanako is the leader and founder of the Squidpunk gang. Since Umi is a newcomer in her gang, Nanako initially comes off as intimidating and someone Umi wants to impress. As the game progresses, Nanako becomes a big sister figure to Umi, teaching her how to fight and stand up for herself. After pitching our game to Meta, we were able to successfully fund and build our prototype through our participation with Meta's Mobile Horizons Accelerator program. We received $65K in funding, and we worked as a remote team over a 6-month sprint. We want to expand on our prototype by exporting and redesigning our assets in Unreal Engine 5. Our 7-person team has expansive experience in gaming and animation from working with companies like Respawn, Activision, Rockstar Games, Pixar, Warner Brothers, and Sony. In order to export our game to Unreal Engine 5, we are asking for $25K for a 4-month production timeline. Our main costs are paying our team for this production sprint and for resources such as marketing and consulting. We plan to present at events like Unreal Fest, MomoCon, and Black Voices in Gaming Showcase. Our engineer will be exporting our assets from Meta's engine to Unreal Engine during pre-production. After that phase, we will do a month of user testing and hiring a game design consultant to debug the build and fix the key issues of our gameplay to ensure we have a strong gameplay loop. After user testing, we will have a 2-month development sprint where we will add more characters and enemies, more attack animations, and adjust our UI design. We plan to publish our build on itch.io and plan to present our progress in different gaming festivals. After this production cycle, we will still be looking for more grants and funding programs to build Squidpunk into a strong demo. Squidpunk is a story about sisterhood and fighting through life's obstacles. We hope Squidpunk can inspire you to be brave and to be yourself against all odds. We would love for you to follow our social media, our website, and to play our current prototype. Thank you.
Please welcome art director Naomi Yuri to the stage to share more of her vision for the beat-em-up game, Squidpunk. Chris, we'll start with you.
Thank you. I was just thinking about statistics with gender identity and fighting games, especially this type of game, and what data you might have to support this.
Yeah, so I focus mostly on the creative art side. Georgiana, who is watching the stream, is more of our numbers, financial data person. But even though we started this fighting game female-led, you know, your various rivals, antagonists that you have are also mostly female-led. I do believe our play testers were mixed, you know, and I have pitched this in the graphic design space as a visual brand, and it's always been encouraged by both. I played it with younger kids as well, boys and girls, and the reception has been the same. So that was, you know, an initial, can this female-led story resonate with everyone? And through our playtest so far and through the data that I'm aware of, that we have gathered, it's a pretty universal acceptance.
I really love the look and feel of the illustrations. It's really cool. Can you talk a little bit more about the other 5 characters?
Yeah, sure. Like their lore, or just like okay, sure. So Umi is our newest character. She's our introduction to the rest of these girls. She is definitely, this is a world where it's full of various gangs that are fighting against each other, but she's the exception. And so she starts off the game and in the story is very anxious, very shy, and over time meeting these girls she develops. Nanako, the other character, is the leader. She is kind of a inverse of Umi. She grew to be a more serious, intimidating character initially because of how she grew up. She's actually Japanese and black, and that's drawing from this game's roots in anime and games like Jet Set Radio. So, but with Umi as this sort of newcomer, as this little sister, she begins to soften, and we see why she is the way she is, why she started the gang feeling like she didn't fit in, and now she has this group of friends that allow her to basically soften her character. And so there's also Tosh, who is, she's in there. She is the sort of self-proclaimed hot girl. She's very much in love with herself. And that's just kind of celebrating just loving yourself as a woman and being confident in that. I definitely also wanted to explore just various female characters and like their specific lore in fighting games because it's very visual heavy, and she's like that's basically her archetype. There's Kimmy, who you may have seen, a girl with like white hair and a black nurse uniform. She is the more smart, intelligent character, and this is like, you know, a part of a bigger universe with comics where I can really tell you about their lore, and I feel like Umi, meeting her, would be like, why are you in this group? You're so intelligent and smart. But this is a world where people fight, and she is like, this is a biker gang too, so she's like their mechanic. She is probably after her childhood best friend that is her entryway into this group. She's kind of the second nicest person in the group. And finally, there's Kayari, who in the story, you start off as Umi, shy and kind of alone in her family's restaurant. Kayari, actually, we have an animatic for it. She, like, in this sort of battle in world, she crashes through her family's restaurant, Umi's family's restaurant, and she's her childhood friend. So she's like, oh, long time no see. And she's like, yeah, also, by the way, in our interim in our childhood, I kind of joined a street girl biker gang. And she is actually the only character that we gave a weapon to. She is in love with hockey, and that's coming from me as a black girl who loves hockey too. You don't really see a lot of us in that fandom. So I wanted this whole group to really represent kind of alternative black girls, like girls who are really shy like I am, or who aren't as outgoing, girls who like things that we're not expected to like hockey or being really nerdy. So the whole group is a celebration of that.
I really love the look and the feel. I think y'all did a really good job with the visual identity. I guess my question is a little bit more around the funding. So I see that you all got a $65K grant to do a 6-month sprint, and now you're asking for $25K for 4 months. For me, I'm concerned that that's not enough to accomplish what you all are asking for. Is there a reason why those numbers are the way that they are?
Yeah, so we have a very specific goal, and that's really to make sure that our game isn't housed specifically within Meta Horizons. So when we made it, we had to, of course, use their engine, and the way our game was structured was completely different from most of our competitors. You know, it's a 2D platform beat 'em up, everything else was 3D, very VR. So our goal with this funding is to move it to Unreal, and through that, we've already done a tight timeline before. We had 6 months, it was kind of more like 3 months to really build our team find our members and then use all the art that already existed and then to make the game. So that's our main goal right now, is just to transfer everything, pay people for their time to Unreal, and then seeing how far we can stretch things. Our team is pretty interdisciplinary. I draw everything, I design everything. So just stretching that after it's in Unreal is really our main goal right now.
You talked a lot. Thank you for sharing all about the backstories and the lore behind the characters. In a lot of these games, you don't get that unless you go a little bit deeper or you go into the character. You know what I mean? You got to go find that out. Do you plan on somehow introducing some of the lore, maybe through like dialogue or just some other means of the actual gameplay, so people get to know them quicker?
Yeah, absolutely. So we were talking about having, you're kind of established in maybe a cutscene, and it doesn't have to be like a full animated, full Blender, clip. Just like having illustrations, having paintings and dialogue that you can understand where you are, what the character is going through, and then starting the stage. And in the interim, I love fighting games where you can have like a character that lets you know, okay, the stage is over, now we're over here. And so having little sprites, little pops of dialogue to, again, like introduce you. We can't, of course, do the nitty-gritty detail of everyone, but there is a story there, and I do want people to see that. So having transitions between stages that include dialogue, we saw what we were able to do in that quick little sprint. So just knowing what we're capable of through that, having those transitions, having illustrations and cutscenes like that is definitely something we're trying to do.
I was just going to piggyback that would be really helpful because your stories are so layered, and so it has like really cool meanings behind all of those characters that I think that would be helpful, especially for someone like me if I'm coming in contact with it for the first time. I'm like, wow, I want to really know more since you crafted these stories so well about them.
And I was just gonna say, so this is a game that would have a co-op option. So you could of course pick what other member of the gang that someone else wants to be. So there's Umi, and then Nanako is our example, but we do also have the other members that we'd hope to become playable. And so we'd also like to explore the story there, like why they are in the game, why they are in the gang through their stages. Okay, you pick this character, we can delve a bit more into there. So just so, because like of course I wrote a lot, there's a lot behind these characters, so rather than throughout every character we're going to get the same story, like no, taking advantage, you pick this character, we're going to give you a little preview into who they are.
Audience, do you have any questions? Oh yeah, we have a question right up front. And online, if you have questions, please let us know.
Hi, I think, this is Tia Louie from Prime Latino Media. I think your timing is dead right on right now with the magical confluence of the rise in women's sports in basketball, the U.S. hockey team of women beating the Canadians. Canadians are like hockey, and they beat them, and that girls they're filling, playing halls right and left, and little girls are so inspired. So this is your time. It is hot. Strike while it's hot because the data is there. It's happening like gangbusters to people's surprise. And the last thing the style that struck me is it's almost like K-pop comes back home to BIPOC, where it all originated. So go with it.
Thank you.
I have a question.
Yeah.
You said that not necessarily the target, but the idea was to be able to kind of like showcase all Black girls and things like that. Do you have a plan on not necessarily marketing to them, but like how do you go about kind of more aggressive outreach if you're looking for people who are not necessarily know where these things are or maybe shy or anything like that? Is there any kind of like idea around how to get your people?
Yeah, I feel like I missed the one word, like portraying it to, if you could mind repeating just the beginning of that?
I was just saying, like, you want to be able to attract, or you're portraying different types of Black women experiences throughout your art and just the representation. So I feel like those are some of the people that you want to not just necessarily target, but also engage. Do you have any kind of special ideas around how you're going to do that?
Yeah, so I think other than going to more targeted showcases like Black Voices in Gaming, we have talked about partnering with some like female streamers. Even though we don't want this to be like this is only for girls, only girls can play this, there is that sort of slightly neglected part of streamers, and so we feel like it would be a great collaboration to partner along with them specifically. And of course, their audience is various people anyway, so that is something that we've already talked about.
How well versed are you in Japanese culture, and why, and how does that like weave itself into the experience?
It's definitely through anime and games specifically, just throughout my whole life, and not just me, but with my family, and then talking amongst other Black people. Like, this isn't a specific, historically accurate version of Japan. It's just like how all of us, you know, among ages, talking with my dad to my littlest siblings, how this culture has influenced us, and just also not only the visual identity through anime. I really actually lean towards anime because of how it stretches things, and because of how it's artistically stylized and interpreted. I'm not Japanese, so I'm not trying to, you know, encroach on territory that I don't understand, but I am an artist, and I study these works, I study these artists, and so just showcasing that not only through the visuals, but through the music. I felt like those were things that were universal, and I've also seen the inverse happen. A lot of anime that kind of has like a cooler aesthetic, a more modern or maybe like 90s, 2000s hip hop inspiration, that's already been done. So to kind of do the reverse, but in a more authentic way, that's how I interpret Japanese culture, just through that aesthetic, visual, artistic lens.
Yeah, it's totally what we talked about in our chat, right? Like Cowboy Bebop and all of the anime of the 90s took R&B and Black culture, and it's almost like this is a remix of that on some levels. You know, you and Georgie are our first real team here. I mean, you have the rest of your team, but all of our other presenters are solo. You're doing the art and the writing, and she's figuring out how to like program the combos. How does that collaboration work with you two?
Yeah, it's a collaboration I feel like that we've kind of mastered since meeting in 2022. I think that's just how we met. I told her the story, and it was just an IP. So I was like, this is just the idea I have. I envision it as being a webcomic, as being a zine. But I also love fighting games. And so through her, she's like, oh, I love games, and that's all my experience. So us just combining our collabed experience in animation and film and games, that's just how we make not only the game literally, but it's how I show her what I'm going for. Like, I speak through a very artist, graphic designer, animation lens. And so she's like, okay, here's a game that does similar to that. Tell me what you think, and then we'll figure out how to do it ourselves. So that's just how we work.
And then the judges got at this a little bit, I think, but you told me in your animation training, one of the first questions people get is like, why should I care about this character? So they have all this lore, but pick one of them and tell us why we should care about her.
Yeah, I of course would have to go with my protagonist Umi, because there's a bit of myself in there. So I think just growing up in suburban Philadelphia as an artist, it is divided amongst, you know, and I always felt like among any community, I just kind of always felt like a third person, like I was just outside or different, and the way I got over that was through my friends. So Umi feels isolated through, you know, being like the one character in a fighting game that doesn't fight until she learns how, and I got over my hurdle of shyness and kind of feeling like I didn't belong through friendship and through sisterhood and found family. That's just a common theme in most of my works, and especially in Squid Punk. So yeah, I would say her, because not only do you see her develop, like that's her character, she starts off with a very limited skill set, and then you see her combos get complex over levels. That's just her journey as a character, starting off very taken aback from this sort of fighting landscape to becoming self-confident and becoming more sure of herself with her friends' help.
I thought you were going to say you got over your shyness through fighting. That would have totally
Not yet, not yet.
Thank you so much, Naomi. Everyone, let's give her a round of applause. And thank you, audience. Our judges. Actually, can we give one more round of applause to all of our makers, to Sum, to Connor, to Naomi, to Mia, and to Jonathan. Judges, you have your work cut out for you. Thank you all for joining us for an amazing day of pitches online. If you've been tuned in, thank you so much for staying with us. We'd love to hear from you. Please scan the QR code on the screen to complete a brief survey. I'm going to tell you all what I had to tell the people in the morning if you were not here. We still do have some tickets to the awards tomorrow because that's where you find out who actually won. And we have a discount code, don't we? Yes. So we have a discount code. We want a full house tomorrow, so we are offering a discount today only for those people who showed up. It is PB, like Pitch Black, VIP 1 for a discount to the award show tomorrow. Thank you to our sponsors. Thank you to the amazing BPM team. Thank you to Kiana up in the booth for making all of this happen. And we will hopefully see you guys pretty soon. Oh, yes. It's PB, like pitch, P like pony, B like boy, VIP 1. Wait, let me make sure that's true. PB, VIP 1, in all caps, and the number 1. Thank you so much.